Today we are meeting to do a lot of housekeeping and also to hear testimony and discuss the topic of technology. My name is Catherine Delnao. I am the state librarian and commissioner of libraries. You can also call me Kathy. Either name is fine. And I'm here, and I want to just do a roll call to see who we are waiting for and who we're expecting still. So I'm going to call your name, working group members, and as I call your name, please say present or here or just flag. Kelly McCagg.
Here.
Great. Christopher Kaufman Ilstrup.
Here.
Jeanette Blair.
Here.
Susan O'Connell is excused today. Wendy Sharkey.
Here.
Meg Allison.
Here.
And Meg, since you'll be here and then not here, do you want to share when you'll be here so that people know as you leave the call?
I'll be here until 10:30, and I hope to pop back in the afternoon.
Great, thank you. Karen McCullough.
I am here.
And Karen, you had shared some info as we were gathering that you're here in the morning and then on screen and in the full meeting, and then you're going to be in the full meeting by telephone in the afternoon. Is that correct?
Great. Yeah. I'll be in the car in the afternoon, but I'll still be listening, probably just not talking very much since I'm concentrating on driving.
Very good. Let's see. Maria Avery.
I'm here.
Great. Denise Hersey. Don't see Denise. And then Andy Kolovos, whose name I probably just didn't say correctly. Sorry, Andy. Andy has a conference, I think, that he's attending and will be in and out throughout the day as possible. So we'll say at this point, not here. And then if Andy comes for portions of the meeting, we'll add him as present for those time periods. If you
you did say his name right, just so you know.
I did?
Kolovos.
Oh, yes. Okay. And I see we have some other folks with us. So Mr. Burrows, do you want to just share who you are, your name?
Can you hear?
Yeah, we can.
Well, yeah, I'm new to this. My name's Howard Burrows. I'm a trustee at Brooks in Brattleboro. And I did submit some testimony. I have a background working for science agencies, NASA and NOAA. And I've been a trustee here. I've been the VLA trustee chair for a while. I also went to NELS 2019. But yeah, I had quite a bit to contribute.
Great, thank you. And then we have some folks from, are there any other members of the public? I heard from Jeanette that someone's on the telephone.
That was probably me before.
Oh, okay. And then on the Department of Libraries side, helping to run the meeting behind the scenes and helping to staff the technology access room, which we have open here at 60 Washington Street in Barrie. If any of the working group members or members of the public needed a space to attend the meeting today, or people providing testimony, we opened up, we're doing a hybrid setting so that they could attend and not have any technology issues to contend with. So can members of the VitLib team who are present right now introduce themselves?
Jeanette Schaefer, Assistant State Librarian for Library Advancement, and I am in the physical space staffing that.
Thanks, Jeanette.
I'm Josh Muse. I'm a consultant for library technology, and I am not on site today.
And I think we might expect April Shaw a little bit later as well to help out with some of the logistics here and there. Great. So thank you, everybody, for being here. We do have a quorum of working group members, which is super. today's agenda is really robust. If we move through the morning things more quickly, what we would be able to do is to extend our kind of break that's built in at 10:45. If we break a little bit early, we'll still come back for testimony at 11 o'clock is sort of the plan. That said, we're at the next item on the agenda is changes to the agenda. And I think that we have someone who's interested in testifying from Vermont Humanities. Christopher, is Jacob Peltier able to be here at 2?
Excuse me, I believe that he is. I've sent him to a note to that effect. He is expecting to be around in the afternoon.
Okay. Do folks feel comfortable taking one additional, working group members, do you feel comfortable taking one additional element of testimony from Jacob at 2, from 2 to 2:15?
Yeah.
It can only add to the body of information.
Okay, so maybe somebody, I'm trying to do it kind of by the book so that everything we do, and I'm going to do my best with that. And it's something that is a learning area for me. But I think it would be good if we're going to change the agenda to have one of the working group members make a motion to that effect. So is anybody comfortable making that motion, and then we can do a vote on it?
This is Kelly. I'll make a motion to make that amendment to the agenda to add that testimony.
At 2 o'clock.
Yes.
Okay. Does anyone second that?
This is Wendy, and Wendy will second that.
Great. All in favor of adding testimony from Jacob from Vermont Humanities from 2 to 2:15, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Please say nay. Great. So we're making that adjustment to the agenda. That means that the discussion of the working group will begin, item 9 will begin at 2:15 instead of 2 o'clock, and we'll run through 3 o'clock. Great. So now we're going to move into the public comment portion of our agenda, and I'm going to open it up for public comment. If anyone is here who wishes to make public comment, please raise your hand within the chat or physically if you want to, if you're on camera and want to physically. Great. Howard Burrows, calling you for public comment.
Yes, I'll just read something very quickly. I really think the information landscapes are evolving so rapidly that libraries need to take on critical new obligations and responsibilities. And it's public libraries particularly, but all libraries that need to take these on. To do that, libraries are going to need to be transformed, even reimagined. For me, the main message is that we're in psychic denial, numbness. Vermonters don't just need more access, they need more literacy. Enough literacy to gain respect for the outrageous and unpredictable emerging realities. Libraries are trusted. To maintain that trust, libraries and librarians need new investment. They need additional time and staff to engage their communities in testing the new technology. Vermont must transform libraries into information literacy centers. To do this, they need investment in a new scale of funding and staff support. Libraries can lead the state of Vermont into a safe and exhilarating future. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mr. Burrows. May I ask, did you happen to write that testimony down?
I have that written. I did not submit that as part of the testimony, but I did submit a fairly lengthy testimony.
Okay.
Also, I'm Dr. Burrows, so you can.
Dr. Burrows, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize from your
That's all right.
name on the.
Please don't call me that. Call me Howard.
Howard, if you'd like to add that statement to your testimony, we're happy to put that up as well. And we appreciate your coming today to share that testimony.
I won't be here much, by the way, so thanks.
Yeah. Are there any other folks who wanted to share public comment today? Since there's no one else who wanted to share public comment, I think we could ask Dr. Burrows, Howard, any follow-up questions if anyone had them. We do have a little bit of time before our next item on the agenda, if anyone was interested in asking any follow-up questions or clarifying questions. And it looks like Denise Hersey is now joining us. So we're gonna.
Hello.
Hi, Denise. Thanks for being here. I'm gonna mark you as present. Wonderful.
Yep. Sorry, I was late.
That's okay. No worries.
Yeah, I can add just a little bit
Yeah, sure. You could.
if we have time. The issue for me is really issues of privacy and vulnerability that is opening up. And we really need the entire public to understand. That's what I mean by information literacy. There's risk as well as opportunity, and to engage either one of them. I love the comments in here about Civic, the new tools for participating in governance. Just incredible opportunities in the libraries. They need to step up their game, and they're going to need a whole new realm of support from the state. And this state can do it because we don't support libraries very much yet.
Just to ask a follow-up question, Howard, what type of support do you envision that would be helpful to bridge this information literacy gap that the public has and potentially that library staff have?
Well, what I said in my testimony is that we really have some wonderful people, some new coming into the state who can help. And I think if libraries move from being the experts to being the catalyst to get groups to work together, you know, that's the opportunity, I think, across all libraries. And I really think trying to unify libraries more without such a huge difference between grade school libraries and academic research centers, I'd love to see a much friendlier system so that we can move up and down the scale quickly. The thing also is to have some regional centers so that we can get support in tiers. I think most libraries need to have at least somebody. We have a very good service person who would work with colleges before, but I don't think most libraries have that. And that could be supplied on a regional basis, I think much more economically effectively than trying to bring every librarian who do need to come up. But anyway.
Thank you. Okay, does anyone else have any questions for Dr. Burrows, for Howard? Oh, Jeanette, I see your hand.
Hi, Howard, when you mentioned regional centers, could you be a little more specific about what you have in mind?
No, but I can drift a little bit. We tend to be an anchor library for quite a few smaller libraries around us. And I would like to see that maybe brought to the fore, and maybe we could get some new staff that could participate in some of that. And I see that for every region, you know, every 40-mile center can anchor a bunch of activities between libraries. So we can do group trainings, we can do a lot of support for the community, and we can start to engage the community in helping libraries to deliver the new technologies.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I know several years ago, the Vermont Department of Libraries had 3 or 4 regional libraries around the state that were places that local librarians could go both for training and resources that were open to the general public. And one by one, they were all closed over my tenure. So maybe there was a little hasty to do that, but I like your idea.
I think that's particularly important in Brattleboro because we are really far from the center of activities in Vermont. Also, I think crossing state lines is critical. I'm active with the New England Library Association, and I really hope that we can coordinate across New England and New York, really.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing your feedback and for participating in providing public comment. There's a lot of food for thought there, and also in sharing written testimony, Dr. Burrows. Thank you. And please, I know that you already know, but feel free to stay with us throughout the day or pop in for the portions you're interested in. We'll keep testimony starting at 11 and starting at 1. We may, if we're able to speed things up with some of our other minutes and things like that, we might take a little bit of a longer break is kind of what I'm thinking. So we're going to move on now to the next portion of our agenda, which is agenda item 4, approval of minutes and housekeeping. And members of the working group particularly, please feel free to go on screen so that I feel like I am not just a disembodied voice or that I'm not talking to an empty box. So we have a number of minutes that had been in draft form on the website. And I do want to thank Josh Muse for typing up those minutes. They're very helpful. I wasn't at the November 12th meeting or the January 14th meeting, so I'm going to recuse myself from voting on those two. But let's start with the earliest meeting, the November 12th meeting, which was on the topic of programming. And let's discuss those minutes. Did folks have a chance to look at them on the website? Great. Were there any revisions or edits that anybody wanted to recommend? Okay. Seeing heads shaking no. So I think would anybody like to move to approve the minutes as submitted by Josh Muse from the Department of Libraries?
This is Kelly. I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Kelly.
This is Wendy, and I'll second the motion.
Great. All in favor of approving the minutes of the meeting of the working group on the status of Vermont libraries from November 12th, 2021, as posted on the working group's website in draft form, please say aye.
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 Great. All opposed, please say nay. Great. The minutes, this is Kathy again. I recused myself, but the minutes for those who were at the meeting were approved unanimously. We're going to move over now to the Friday, January 14th minutes on the topic of collections. Again, Josh has just been a workhorse helping with all of these minutes. Thank you, Josh. And I just wanted, for those of you who are at the meeting, did you get a chance to review the minutes? Are there any edits needed?
No, Josh is obviously awesome.
I'll make a motion for this as well to be accepted.
Thank you, Kelly.
And I second it again. Yep.
Wonderful. Thank you, Wendy. All in favor of approving the minutes as submitted for the Friday, January 14th, 2022 meeting on the topic of collections, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. Great. So those minutes are also approved and they'll move from draft form to just finalized form. And then let's move along to the minutes of our March 25th, 2022 meeting on the topic of facilities. Again, Josh nailed it and did all of these minutes. Thank you, Josh. Any edits for those minutes or comments or revisions? Would anyone like to move to approve them?
I'll move. This is
Thanks.
Denise.
Thank you, Denise. Second?
I'll second these as well, you know.
Great. Okay, all in favor of approving the minutes of the Friday, March 25th, 2022 meeting of the working group on the status of libraries in Vermont on the topic of facilities, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Great, so those minutes are also approved. Very much appreciate the work Josh has done, and I'm proud to tell you, excited to tell you, relief is in sight for poor Josh, who is not our official minutes taker for the Department of Libraries, but has been doing this in addition to his regular duties. We have an executive assistant joining us on Monday. Her name is Jessie Dahl, and she comes to us from Vermont Historical Society, and she's very used to taking minutes and will be watching this. She doesn't know yet unless she happens to be watching online somewhere, but Jessie will be doing the minutes from this meeting by watching. Oh, thank you, Josh. Josh is reminding me that Jennifer Johnson, who formerly worked with us here in the Department of Libraries, actually did the bulk of the work on the November minutes. We really appreciate Jennifer JJ's help with those, and she did a great job. Thank you, Josh. I was remiss in crediting you for that.
Not at all. Thank you.
So I also put in this approval of minutes and housekeeping, I put the topic of open meeting information because I just wanted to be sure that this open meeting document from the Secretary of State, that everybody is familiar with it, and to give us a little bit of time to ask questions about it. It actually pertains, there's information in this document that's relevant to us and in the legislation that's relevant to us on the topic of minutes. And so moving forward, we are going to do our very best to have the minutes posted within 5 days. There's something that I've learned by kind of doing a deeper dive into the open meeting law, which is that we don't necessarily, and I wish I had learned this back in November, or that we had learned it back then, we don't necessarily need to go into as much depth in our minutes as we have been doing, especially because we have this videoed. But really, the minutes of a meeting, what's really important is having the roll call attendance, and for any votes that are taken by roll call, stating each person's, each working group member's vote. But when we do like a general, we said aye, we said nay, we don't need to even go to that depth. So it's really important to have who attended from the working group, which members of the public were there, or other members of our staff. I think we want to list that. And this morning, for example, we made a change to the agenda. So that was an action that we took. We would want to make that clear in the minutes that we voted on that and took that action. That we approved the minutes is action that we took, that we would want to put in there. But with regards to the testimony sections and some of our conversations, really we could have quite a lot of conversation and then just do the action items. We need to make sure we have the topics listed so we can actually get a much streamlined version of these minutes up within 5 days. So when we say we're going to aim for the 5 days, I'm not expecting that poor Jessie, upon starting her new job, is going to be typing constantly for 5 days straight to meet that standard next week. But that's the standard for open meetings. If we want to go to a deeper level, we could always get the minimum up at first and then get a summary up at a later point. But given how much back of house work there is to do and how this is something that we all are doing in addition to our regular tasks and assignments. I wanted to check with you all how comfortable you are with that type of a model for the minutes. So that's the framing of the conversation. And now feel free to raise your hand or just unmute and working group members share what you think about that. What level you'd like them to be at. Kelly?
I don't mind having an abbreviated form of the minutes, because we also have the testimony that is physically posted as well. And the two together makes a whole body of work, so to say.
Yeah. Thank you, Wendy. Kelly, I see your hand. Oh, Kelly's hand went down. Jeanette, I see your hand went up.
I think it's important to be in compliance with the open meeting law. I think all of us librarians make sure that we do that monthly with our trustee meetings. And this is more important to not only get things documented, but get them documented in a timely legal manner. And I appreciate you being on top of it.
Thank you. I'm trying. I come from an environment in California that has very similar laws. They're called the Sunshine Ordinance, which sounds very pleasant, doesn't it? But open meeting also sounds very pleasant. I think in Vermont, we're used to having kind of community meetings and sharing and knowing what was shared and knowing what was decided. So that's what we're striving for. Kelly, I see your hand.
Sorry, believe it or not, after 2 years, I forgot to unmute myself. I would agree with both Wendy and Jeanette. I think it's important to have the abbreviated minutes up, and then that with the recording and the posted testimony, I think is more than sufficient.
Great. That will certainly make it easier for us moving forward, because it's been a little bit daunting to do almost a word-for-word transcript. Karen McCullough?
I wonder if that abbreviated minutes could have some tags in it that would tell people where in the recording they should go to hear the full part of that testimony. So if there was a particular thing in the overview minutes that someone saw, there might be a little notation in the minutes that says this is at minute 43 of the recording, you'll find the beginning of this discussion. Only that sometimes as a member of the public, it seems really daunting to have to sort of screen through a whole 3-hour or 6-hour recording of something to find the thing that I'm interested in learning more about.
I like that as well.
Me too.
Mm-hmm. Great idea.
Super. Well, I think we can definitely do that. Let's see. Were there any, well, I guess just on the housekeeping end of things and the guide to open meetings, I do want to just share too, since we've got the open meeting information. Last meeting, we had talked about group emails and sharing of information. And I did confirm that we can send group emails to build the agenda. And that's appropriate when we're talking about topics of the agenda. But when we're discussing topics and we have more than a quorum of us who might, over the course of time, weigh in on an email, that does become potentially subject to open meeting law. So I also confirmed that that's the case with the collective editing of online documents. So a little bit later in the meeting, for people who are in the working group and members of the public who looked at the agenda ahead of time, when we get to pretty much the last topic of the day, the discussion of the working group, one thing that I think it would be nice to have in addition is sort of a summary, a high-level summary of what did we hear, what were the key points, and what are some areas we need more info on, and what are some areas that we feel like we're ready to make a recommendation or to begin fleshing out a recommendation. So we can assign members of the working group to kind of summarize those things. and those members could be me. We could even assign the Department of Library staff to do that. But I wanted to share that seems like probably the best approach for doing a written summary of like, what are we taking away from this meeting? Versus having the collective. I know we all want to kind of start working on the body of the report. And so that was an idea that I had that I do think is a good way to handle it within the open meeting group. I did learn that if we did subcommittees, those would all be subject to open meeting law as well. And the subcommittees need to be small groups of working group members. So we can't be like, oh, I'm going to assign Jeanette Schaefer to be on the subcommittee if she's not on the committee. So the way that the subcommittee structure works for the working group, we need to, if we did a subcommittee, it's a formal thing versus just assigning a task to one or two members. So that's sort of some context there, some questions that had come up last time. Were there other questions that we haven't just talked about now that you all had about the process and the structure with that kind of housekeeping of keeping within open meetings? I see nobody raising their hand, so hopefully that means no. Okay. So in that case, let's move on to agenda item 5, which is establishment of a regular meeting schedule. And I shared out on the group's webpage and also on by email to the working group members, 2 documents. One of them is the proposed regular meeting schedule document, which says draft on it, and the other is a draft resolution. When I was looking into how to establish the working group's regular meetings, it sounds like the simplest thing to do with a working group is to really have a recurring meeting on a regular schedule at a regular time and location, and that a public body such as ours is able to do that. And I shared the information from that open meeting guide on the topic of regular meetings. And so what we need to do as a group is decide when will that meeting be. I looked at what we had proposed so far for some upcoming meetings and tried to make a pattern of it, which worked pretty well, except for the months of November 2022 and November 2023. So in that proposed regular meeting schedule, I proposed July 22nd, September 23rd, to do a special meeting in November that we announce separately because it's not on the regular schedule because of Thanksgiving holiday. And then to do January 27th, March 24th, May 26th, July 28th, September 22nd, and then again, the final meeting, November 2023, to be on the 17th. And this pattern is basically the 4th Friday every other month from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. with a recess for an hour from 12 to 1. So I want to open up this topic for conversation. See what folks think of that recurring schedule proposal, or if you have some other proposal, we can also discuss that now.
Hi, this is Christopher. This seems great to me to just get it all calendared, and if there can be meeting invites, Teams invites sent out for all of them so that they're just already on there, then it'll make it way easier for me, and I'm sure for everybody else, to not have them come up as a surprise. So I fully support that.
Great. Does the suggested 4th Friday every other month, do you like that day, or do you have a different suggestion?
I don't have a calendar in front of me, and I apologize for that, but isn't the 4th Friday in November the day after Thanksgiving?
It is, and so on the proposed regular meeting schedule document, I've put an asterisk and said that for the November meetings, we'll have to do a special meeting instead of our regular meeting. So we'll cancel the regular meeting and we'll instead convene, I think it's the third Friday, November 17th, 2022.
Okay, sorry, I
And
didn't have that in front of me.
I have a concern that I've gotten the date wrong on the January 23rd. Let's look at calendars. People who are less calendar challenged than me, please help. Let's look at those November dates to make sure that we document them properly.
November the 18th is the Friday, is the third Friday, and the 25th is the fourth Friday.
Okay, so
13th,
I'm revising the proposal, so it's November 18th,
18th.
2022, and then let's look forward another year to 2023. You now are seeing that the calendar is my kryptonite, so please check these dates carefully. It looks like it is the 17th in 2023, so at least I got that one right. And for those two November meetings, we'll have to do a special meeting with the special meeting noticing. And we'll have to cancel the regular meetings those months so that we don't show up eating turkey sandwiches or tofurkey sandwiches. Do people eat tofurkey sandwiches? Okay, so in looking into how to do this, apparently the best thing we can do is have a resolution. So I wrote up this little resolution. Resolution 001, and I shared it with you all. I tried to include the appropriate information about kind of we're a public body. We have the authority to schedule regular meetings. We have the authority to start meeting on June 7th, and we have the authority to meet through December 1st, well, November 30th, 2023. We cease to exist per the legislation on December 1st, 2023. I think there's an error. There's a typo in the resolution. In the paragraph that says, now therefore be it resolved that the working group will convene regular meetings via Microsoft Teams with an on-site option at 60 Washington Street in Barre, Vermont, between the hours of 9 a.m. I think it should say 10 a.m. there. 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. on the fourth Friday of every other month for the period beginning Friday, July 27th, 2022 through September 22nd, 2023. And then this final paragraph of the resolution pertains to those November dates, which I appear to have gotten correct in the resolution language. And on a
Kathy, might I-
resolution, oh yeah.
I'm sorry, might I chime in? I was under the impression that the meetings will permanently move to 9 a.m. Or did I misunderstand that?
Well, I think it's for the working group, Jeanette, to
Okay.
figure out. So, good question. We had talked in the past about doing the 9 to 11, having the 2-hour break, and then the 1 to 3. Do you all want to do that? Or do you want to have the 1-hour break for lunch?
1 hour seems sufficient.
The only good thing about giving ourselves a 2-hour break in there is like today, if we need extra time, it's a buffer where we can take from. So if we had a lot of testimony, which we have sometimes in the past, it gives us a little wiggle room. Not that I like 5-hour meetings, but you know.
Yeah, that's a good point, Kelly. Meg, I think you're muted though.
I was wondering if someone could the resolution in the chat, because I've been going through my email and I don't see the attachment, Catherine. And
Okay, let me put it in the chat. Hold on a sec. Let me put the link to our page first so that everybody can see where that is, because it I think the resolution is there. And then I'll do the draft resolution. And we need to make sure that the draft resolution is correct. The proposal is a proposal. We can always kind of tweak, the proposal isn't a final thing, but the resolution is the final thing. So it's up to us to decide how we want to do it. We could leave it at 9 a.m. and say it's between the hours, and then the logistics of it are such that I don't know how to. Feels like the members of the point is that the members of the public know when the meeting starts.
So to clarify, now that I'm seeing the document in front of us, are we discussing whether the meetings will start at 9 a.m. or are we also discussing the length of the recess in the middle of the meeting?
Yes. Yeah.
So can we propose to start at 9 a.m. and have a recess that could be at minimum an hour and up to 2 hours in the middle of the day?
Yes, I think so. Okay, so let's try to revise the language. So it will, in that paragraph that starts now, now therefore be it resolved that the working group will convene regular meetings via Microsoft Teams, on-site option at 60 Washington Street, between the hours of 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. with a recess of at least 1 hour and no more than 2 hours at noon. On the fourth Friday of every other month for the period beginning Friday, June 28th, 2022 through September 22nd, 2023. And then we're also going on to say we are planning special meetings in November. And those dates, I think, align with what we just confirmed. Okay. That does give us options too, as we build the agenda. If we need more working group discussion time, we need more testimony time, we have a guest who's coming and can only be there at 9, whatever it might be. And the reason for the mega meeting is really, we had this notion of 12 meetings. So that helps us to keep to that expectation a little bit more. Okay. Does anyone have other things they'd like to propose or suggest before someone moves to act on the resolution, or to vote on the resolution, rather? Okay. Are there any motions related to the resolution?
I'll make the motion to accept the resolution as amended.
I'll second that. That's Christopher.
Great. And now for a resolution, my understanding is we need to do a roll call vote. So I'm going to start with Kelly McCabe.
Aye.
Christopher Kaufman-Ilstrup.
Yes.
Jeanette.
Yes.
Sorry, Jeanette. I just got Jeanette Bear. Susan's not here. Wendy Sharkey.
Yes.
Meg Allison.
Yes.
Karen McCullough.
Yes.
Maria Avery.
Yes.
Denise Hersey. Denise raised her hand and said yes. And then
Yes.
Andy's also not here. And my vote is also yes, Catherine Delnau. Great, so we have passed resolution 0001, our first resolution, my first resolution as state librarian. Go team, way to go, we did it. So that will be really helpful, I think, in communicating so that our community that we represent can be present and know when to plan things. And we'll set topics for those in the future. It will be good to get those on the calendar. Christopher, yes, we will send out calendar invites. We'll probably do that next week from the Department of Libraries office. And if we get those set up within Teams, we actually can have the distinct Teams information well in advance for all of those invites too. Okay. Great. It is 9:48. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, but we're still in this kind of beginning portion of our agenda. We have the topic of committee finances. I wanted to share with folks that in part of my figuring out how things are supposed to be done and how they're usually done, I found out that there's a different form. And I linked to this. You can find the form directly in the working group page. It is one of the supporting documents. And this is a state of Vermont personal expense claim. And I looked into how this works and how it's supposed to work and kind of what to do about it, because we do have a budget of up to $12,000 for the committee. And I want to be sure that we have transparent record keeping on how we've spent that money with just a ledger that we can update as expenses come out of it. We have not processed any prior claims that were on the other form because they're not the correct form. So for members of the committee who are attending this meeting and who are not being paid in any other way by your employer, this would be the appropriate form to fill out. Members of the committee who are attending this on their work time would not fill this out. It's not a reimbursement for the employer. It's a reimbursement for, say one of you works 20 hours a week and not these 5 hours, then this would be the right form for you. There would be a reimbursement in that case. But if you've been released from you've been given release time from work to be here while you're in your salaried position or your hourly position, my understanding is that you wouldn't fill out this form because you're being paid by your employer and that the state doesn't typically reimburse the employer. So I just wanted to share that context. And we'll send this form, we can send this form out by email to everybody so you all have it. This is a strict per diem. It's $50 for up to an 8-hour meeting is how it works. So if we were in a situation where we were meeting in person, in addition to the per diem, you might also then put in for travel and meals and whatever, but we're meeting remotely. So unless somebody has to come here for their meeting time because of computer issues and or they have a preference to come here, we would be doing the $50 per diem. And if we had a meeting that was 2 hours, it would still be the 50-hour per diem. Thanks.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing because we're making less than minimum wage here.
I know. And I'm hopeful that that folks are being paid at the moment by their employer and not the hourly, 50 hours. It's $10 an hour for a 5-hour meeting. So the other thing, I was trying to get some clarity on this topic too. If you took vacation and you're being paid vacation hours, this wouldn't be the right form either. And if you're salaried throughout the year, I mean, it gets very complicated because we have all different types of library professionals and community members on the working group. So if you have questions about whether this per diem applies, I can connect you with finance and we can figure it out together.
Okay, but you said you're emailing the form.
I'm going to email the form. Yeah.
Excellent.
I know that there were questions about it and I was just trying to figure out, is this the real form and how do we process it and make sure that we're processing it the way that finance is expecting it would be processed, so that you don't take the time to fill it out and then get it kicked back out, or they say, what's this weird form? This is the form that our Board of Libraries members file. and it's a lot more clear for them because most of them are community members, not employees of a library or cultural organization. When in the time that they're attending, many of them are retired. So it's much simpler with that group. Okay. Were there any questions about that before we move to the next topic?
I guess my question for that, Kathy, would be, for example, in the summertime, you know, I am not receiving payment, right? So we can submit payment for one time only or 2 meetings and not for the entire series. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I was wondering about that. I wasn't sure how it worked with the school librarians, and it could potentially even differ by school, right? Somebody might be paid in the summertime and somebody might have unpaid 2 months. And so, yeah, if you're not being paid for that time, my understanding is it would be appropriate then.
As a follow-up question to that, Catherine, for the summer months, the vast majority of school librarians are not paid, of course, in the summertime. If we have school librarians who are willing to submit testimony over the summertime, would they be eligible for that stipend for submitting their testimony, or would it just be sort of more committee members?
My sense is that it's for the working group members and not for the public participating, but I can get clarity on that.
Sure. Thank you.
I'm just, if I don't write things down, Karen, I will forget. So I've got like my little notebook. It's reimbursement only for working group members. Or and that could be like if we ask somebody to present. Another aspect here is that if you had a task that was assigned to you by the committee, such as we'll talk about later in this, like writing a summary, and you're doing it in your own time, I think that there is a way also with that for an hourly prorated amount to do per diem. And that those tasks, say you did a 2-hour task, it would be 2/8, 1/4 of 50. And it, you know, it's up to you if you want to submit for that. If there's an assigned task that you've taken on, certainly welcome to do that if you're doing it outside your work time. And I want to have this caveat. I am not a member of the finance department team, and this is my best attempt to convey accurate information. And if you have a question or it doesn't sound right to you, please email me and I will get further clarification or correction, and then I'll share it back with the group. I want to just do my best to be transparent and provide information as I understand it and try to get clarity on things that I don't quite understand. And I appreciate your generosity as I'm new to this role and to these systems. So I think that what I've shared with you is, I'm always hoping that what I'm sharing with you is accurate about the processes, but I'm also aware that I can make mistakes in it. So please let me know if I have. Great. Okay. Is there anything else on this topic that anybody wanted to ask or share? If not, hearing nothing, I'm going to move along to item number 7, which is a report from Department of Library staff on the subject of technology. And Josh Muse is here with us. He is our library consultant for IT at the Department of Libraries. I'm seeing, Josh, that I've given you like the wackiest title with 2 libraries. I need to edit the agenda. What the heck? Josh has graciously accepted the task of trying to share just some information and context that we have at our fingertips here at the Department of Libraries, and school librarians, academic librarians, special librarians, you're going to notice how limited our data is. And it would be great in the conversation that follows Joshua's presentation to have some sharing about other non-public library data sets and where we might be able to gather those from. But I want to turn it over to Josh. He does have a PowerPoint to share with us, so I'm going to go off screen and be quiet. At the point where we get to questions, we can all come back on screen again. Take it away, Josh.
Hi there. And now I'm just trying to share my PowerPoint. So hold on just one moment. So the short version is we wanted to give a pretty quick summary of some of the data that we have to give kind of a background, but also to kind of show you what we don't have and think about what the kind of information that would be really useful for the group to come up with before we start coming up with reports and so on. What data do we need that we don't have? And PowerPoint is just chugging along, so trying so hard. All right, can people see that yet?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, great. We'll try to jump through this fairly quickly. But this is basically, as Catherine said, this is data that we have, a lot of which comes from either national information or the public library annual report, particularly school libraries and academic libraries. We'll see that there's not much here about them. And that's one of the things that probably we will need to work on as this group goes forward. So let's see, next slide is, okay, yeah. So basically, available data that we're using is that annual report that I mentioned, which is done for IMLS, the Census Bureau data, some Vermont state data, and some Pew Research data is what we're trying to tie together in this one. Okay, so this is the first relatively easy one. This is about integrated library systems for the public libraries, only the public libraries. This is self-reported, so it's possible there's a few ones that were out of date, but this is basically giving you a window on where the ILS scene is in Vermont. You'll see there's a lot of Koha, and then a fair amount of Library World, and then starting down to Verso. There's also, my current number has 25 unautomated libraries in Vermont, but that number has been shrinking. There have been a number that have gotten automated in the last few years. So, but yeah, so that's ILSs. We'll jump from there. Okay, so now we're talking about the number of public computers that are in public libraries. So we have, based on the annual report, we have about a bit over 800 public computers in the libraries. Looking at the trends, that's down just a smidge over the last 5 or 6 years. There's a little dip this last year, probably because of COVID, because some libraries didn't make any computers available to anybody, and so the number's down probably a little bit from where it really is. The median number is 5 computers per library. But the next slide is actually probably more important on that piece, which is, oh, sorry, no, two more down. Related to public computers in libraries are public computers that either are being loaned and used on the property. Specifically outside the building was the thing we were most interested in tracking during COVID, where you get a computer, and because the building wasn't open at the time, you would go and use it in your car, or the weather's nice, you'd use it in a gazebo, or what have you. Using the COVID status survey, that's the one that goes out weekly to all the public libraries. We show 56 libraries were offering that service. That number, it may have gone down since then. It may be that we were at a high of 56, but that 56 libraries were offering laptops or Chromebooks for people on the property. And then related to that, we have 39 libraries that are checking out laptops for home use. That number may be a little low as well, but that's typically laptops or Chromebooks that people are sending out. Okay, going from there. Okay, this is one I was going to talk about before. So we talked about how many computers libraries have, public computers, but this is showing in-library computer usage. and you'll see that basically the last 10 years or so, it has gone down significantly. It's been a sort of downward facing arrow. I will say that the last 2 years, that sort of last dip, it has a lot to do with COVID, I suspect. I think it would be more gradual slope downwards, but certainly the numbers of people that are going in to use public computers are down significantly from where they were. I think that a big part of that is, we'll look at this in a minute, is Wi-Fi and just more people having devices. So I think a lot of folks who were using the public computers are now bringing their own to the building or to the parking lot or what have you. So I think that's, and then in general, I think there are more users who have internet at home than did in 2012. So I think that's also what's happening too. But I think it's important to remember that though the numbers are down, the people who are still using them need them even more than they ever did before. It's even more crucial to offer that some form of internet and computer use to people who don't have it, because everything has moved onto the internet, and increasingly government forms, and it's just, you're sort of dead in the water if you don't have that access. So there are fewer people using them, but the people who are using them, it's even more crucial than it was. Okay, so let's see. Okay, and we see in library Wi-Fi usage. So this is some of the stats that we have are, I wouldn't swear to the fact that they're 100% accurate. Wi-Fi is one that is challenging depending on how your technology is set up. Some people have great systems that just kick out a number and it's like, this is how many people were there, that's great. A lot of people have systems where it's very hard to get a number, so it can be challenging. There are other cases, there are a lot of libraries that do a hand count on Wi-Fi, and I suspect basically everybody who's doing a hand count is undercounting their usage significantly. So that's part of the reason that maybe it goes up and down in a little bit of a weird way, but in general, you can see that Wi-Fi usage is up and up and up, and I think little dip during COVID, I think, because the building wasn't available. But in general, I think this is just, we're just going to see this going up and up for the coming years. So, and we'll talk about Wi-Fi a little bit later in the day. But okay, so there's that. Database usage. Okay, so this is one where I wanted to have a graph to kind of illustrate some of the general realities, but I don't know that I have an enormous amount of faith in the exact numbers that we're showing right here. Database usage is a giant bugbear nationwide, tracking it. The biggest issue is because different databases are very apples to oranges. You know, do you count sometime every time somebody downloads it, or do you count the time they log in? Different providers do different things, and so nationally we sort of struggled with it. And I think that is why this chart looks a little bit weird. The short version from I dipped into our the statewide resources, which is looking at everybody, not just public libraries, but also academics and schools. And our usage is down a little bit the last couple of years. I think that we've had new users, but I think that at the end of the day, it's hard to get people to start using a product when you can't see them in person, both students and patrons. And so I think that some of our resources have not been, when there's not somebody there, a librarian, to say, you should probably use this, this would answer your questions, but it's just on the website. I think that doesn't always translate into usage. And so, like I said, statewide usage on our statewide resources is just a little bit down this last 2 years during the pandemic. I'm hopeful that it's going to bounce back. 2021 is better than 2020, and I think that having more people in buildings has already done that. But I think it's probably going to continue to go that way. That's my hope. All right. So another one, ebook and audiobook usage. This is public libraries. Again, this is based on information in the annual report. And so sometimes some libraries have some tech challenge is getting those numbers. But so I think this could be a little bit undercounted, is my suspicion. But in general, you see the direction we're going. I think that's a surprise to nobody, is that ebook and audiobook usage is up and up, and everybody is sort of doing their best to keep up with it, because we'll say because of some of the challenges with the model, it can be very hard to keep up with demand, particularly on popular items, particularly things like holds. So everybody's doing their best, but despite the challenges there, the demand keeps going up and usage keeps going up. So that is that's that guy. Okay, so virtual programs. Virtual programs are a thing that we did not track at all before COVID. I mean, libraries did them, but I think there was suddenly a need to take this on because in-person programming suddenly disappeared. So people took that on, and it expanded dramatically. So we have numbers for 2020 and 2021. I suspect because it's a very new thing and people are used to the old programming and not as used to this, it is also being undercounted. But you can see that our 2020 numbers started to come up, and then our 2021 numbers were quite significant, both in terms of number of programs and number of attendance. Sorry. I think there's going to be a little bit of a pullback as in-person programming becomes, as we all get back doing that in a more frequent way. But I think like curbside checkout, I think this is a thing that for many libraries is going to stick around for the foreseeable future. All right. Okay, so this is we're jumping to sort of census information here. So we're talking about high-speed internet connectivity in Vermont, and we know that this is a challenge. We know this is a challenge at many rural states, but Vermont has its own sort of spin on that. According to the census information, this is from 2015 to 2019. It's one of their, I believe, American Community Survey estimates, where they kind of do an estimate over a 5-year period. According to that, 89.9% of Vermont households have own a computer, and 81.5% of Vermont households have some sort of broadband connection. Now, in both cases, those are just a bit below national average. They don't look, so it looks like we're doing okay, not great, but okay. But the challenge is, what I'm going to show next. Oops, hold on, do we have that slide twice? Okay. The challenge is the maps. So the challenge is, it's not like, to go back to these numbers, it's not like, and this is, I'm not telling anybody anything that they don't know, but I just want to get it out there. It's not like there's 10% of the population throughout the state that don't have computers, or 20% of the population that don't have broadband. It's very geographically determined. So it's, if you're in Chittenden County, the number is enormous. I think that the ownership on both is very high and is, for most part, only economically limited. But in huge swaths of the state, the options for internet are very bad, are expensive and slow. So it's the 10% of the population who doesn't have a computer, or the 20% of the population that don't have broadband is very bunched up in large areas. And I guess bunched up isn't even the right word, because it's a huge chunk of the space. So we have two maps here that I just generally want to point at. The first map is checking who has internet of up to, or at a minimum of 4 megs up and 1 meg down, which is basically DSL. We see that number looks pretty good for much of the state, but you will see holes. And so that's just an idea of that's who can get even bad DSL. This is people who are in white there. There is no real option. Your options are dial-up or satellite, which is exceedingly expensive and also quite slow. So the one to the right is, I believe, is 100 megabit up, and I think 20 meg down. This is like what the FCC calls actual broadband at this point. And you can see that a huge chunk of the state doesn't have options right now. So
Josh?
Yes, did I get that wrong?
Interrupt. I think it's 25 up and 3 down.
Okay, thank you so much. I
Sorry.
thought, I appreciate that, because as I was saying it, I was thinking of it actually a different chart. So yeah, so that's 25 up and 3 down, which is not super fast at this point, frankly. It is, that's basically above DSL. That's, you probably have cable or fiber or something like, or a fast option from the phone company. And that cuts out a huge amount of the state. So I think it's important to know that it, and you, again, I'm preaching to the choir, you all know this, librarians know this more than anybody, because they have to, they're in the community and they have to deal with everybody who's there, and they know who does and doesn't have service. These maps come from the Public Service Department, Vermont Public Service Department. So, okay, so this one is a chart of what the highest level that somebody can get, what the fastest speed that is available to you is. And because of the way it is, let's see, if I make the font bigger, can I read it? No, haha. Okay, but basically, so we have a good chunk that has the option of having 100/100. That's basically fiber, and that is a good connection. That is, in fact, what FCC really wants you to have for broadband. Orange, a larger chunk, is 100 megabits, and these are all megabits, so 100 megabits up and 20 megabits down. That is probably cable service. That tends to be a fast download speed and not as good an upload speed, which a few years ago was no problem. Was most of what we were doing was downloading, but now that we're doing, you know, Zoom, especially YouTube, things like that, the upload speed is becoming more and more relevant. And then from there, we have a couple of chunks that have smaller, lower levels, and that's the best that they have an option. And I think the light blue, the small pie slice there is, if I recall correctly, is no option whatsoever, no broadband option. So I'm happy to talk about that if people have questions. But again, that's also from Vermont Public Service. This is the same. This is a table of the same data, give you an idea of who has what. And so 30% of the people have 100/100, which is great. If you add in cable, that gets us up to 76% of the population has either 100/100 or 120, and then we sort of dribble through the significantly lower speeds at that point. Okay, so this is a separate chunk. This is all coming from IMLS rankings. These are from 2019, so there could be a little bit of change, though I imagine the 2020 and 2021 numbers are just weird because of COVID. But basically, this is based on, this is, again, public libraries, and this is based on the Public Library Annual Report. This is the information that everybody sends up to IMLS, and then they give us rankings. So there are a few weird ones because Vermont is Vermont. For example, we are 51st in the number of internet computers that are in public libraries because we're small. But we are first in the number of computers per capita because we have many, because basically we have a lot of libraries and they have a lot of computers per capita. Our population is very small. So this math at first I stared at and I said, that does not make any sense. But in staring at it ultimately, so I think objectively we're doing okay for public computers because we have more per capita than anybody else, but we are spread out in a way that not everyone is. Let's see, number of computers per library. Again, we're 51st. This is, again, we're seeing some sort of anomalies. So we're 51st in that because individual libraries don't have many computers because individual libraries are small. But by the same token, we have more libraries per capita than anyone else. So this is a long way of saying that I think that one of the things that we're doing fairly well is the number of public computers that we have available for patrons. There are communities where that's not probably true, but taken as a statewide average, our numbers are not too bad. All right, computer uses per capita. So this is, if you take the state as a whole, you compare how many times public computers were used based on our population, and we're 28th. So that's 0.74 per Vermonter. If every Vermonter used a public computer, an average of 0.75 time. So not quite 1-to-1, but and we're 28th, so we're in the middle of the pack, and I think that's not terribly surprising. The next one is wireless sessions. So similarly, we are 24th in how many wireless sessions we have per capita. Again, this is another thing that it's possible that we are undercounting wireless a little bit, and so it's conceivable that we should be a little bit higher, but I think every state has struggles with this problem. Wireless is a thing that is a national challenge to capture. But that's where we're at. Again, 24th, I think, middle of the pack. Next is for circulation. And this it's worth pointing out, this is from 2019 data. So we were 25th in physical material circulation per capita. So we have, in terms of physical books, we are totally middle of the pack in how many are going out, but we were 40th in electronic material circulation. So what does that mean? I think it may mean that the smaller libraries were and their patrons were a little slow to the party. It may mean that it's there are challenges in getting those resources available. But I suspect our place has moved a little bit since 2019, but it may be that everybody's has. So the short version is our material circulation are totally middle of the pack. We're a smidge below that, and the ebooks and e-audiobooks is what we're talking about here. But we'll see what the next year's data. Oh, and sorry, I didn't explain why we have 2019 data. The IMLS, the process that they do is they get all their data from every state, and then they work on it, and they do significant work on it. So they are a couple years behind. So if you're ever seeing IMLS data from libraries, the data that they make available is a couple years behind because they do a ton of work to sort of vet it and normalize the data, make sure that there are not weird anomalies that are showing up, and so on. So that's why we're at 2019. We'll see what 2020 shows on that front. Okay, a few more. Let's see. Okay, so this is the same. Sorry, we just talked about that one. The 25th in physical materials circulation, 40th in electronic materials circulation. But this one is certainly interesting. So we are, maybe unsurprising, second in the number of physical books that we have per capita. Using these numbers, we have 4.74 books for every person in the state, and that's great. That is a great number. Certainly, I think that there's maybe move from from physical to electronic. By this number, we were 13th in the number of ebooks per capita. This number is a little weird because it tends to be because most of the holdings for ebooks and audiobooks are in consortia. It ends up getting double counted, and so I don't have 100% faith that that number is accurate. I'm not surprised. It feels like a spot where we might be, but so by that number, we had 2.5 volumes per person with that pretty big asterisk next to it. Same token, we were 6th in the number of physical audiobooks that we had per capita. So that's either books on CD or playaways or some other physical thing that you were lending to patrons. With 0.22 per person, but we were 8th in the number of e-audiobooks that we had per capita. And I think same deal with the ebooks. There is some double counting or more than double counting, but I think that seems certainly plausible that we were there. We'll see what next year's numbers look like. And those, a lot of those are just sort of to give you a general idea of what we're looking at. And that is that. So we're going to, so now I'm open to questions on any of that or anything else that we sort of just the statistical question, stats that we don't have that we would really like to have for the working group. We shared mostly what we had access to, but certainly there are things, I'm going to turn off the slideshow, I think, for people for now. But we, certainly school libraries and academics are something that we would like to get, but there are a lot of other pieces that we, just because of the way things work, we don't have stats for it. And we can start thinking about what stats we would really like in order to inform the report that is going to ultimately come out. So anybody has questions, put up your hand or turn on your camera or just start talking.
Hey, I want This is Kathy. I want to just thank you for pulling this together for us. I know it's a lot of work, and it's a lot of information. And we were sort of working on it in our team down to the wire last night. So we can post the full presentation out. It might be helpful, Josh, also if you can you put a copy of the presentation into the chat thread? And then people who are, I guess maybe it would be better to do it as a PDF of it, of the
Yes.
slides, so that if people want to flip through it while they're asking questions or thinking about it, we can also pop it back up on the screen if people have
Yeah.
really in-depth questions.
I think I'll start resharing it because that will actually be a little bit.
I see
easier.
Wendy's hand up.
Yeah. Hi, Wendy.
Hi, Josh. One of the themes throughout this little presentation, which was awesome, was that the data might not be counted properly. You couldn't get the right data, especially when it came to Wi-Fi sessions and things like that. So is there any way that that data can be found more reliably?
I mean, yes, I would say that for what it's worth, I would say that all the statistics that we struggle with, for the most part, are statistics that nationwide people are struggling with, are ones that are hard. I don't mean to make an excuse for that, but that they're for the most part they are challenging ones. So the Wi-Fi one is tricky because it is sort of really just dependent on A, what equipment you happen to have, and B, how tech savvy you are. There have been considerable efforts to try to improve that one because it's increasingly is more and more of a core function the libraries are serving, and you're showing a lot of what you're accomplishing because of that. The answer is, I think we can make more of a concerted effort on it and trying to reach out to people and seeing where they're at. But there's not a great blanket answer yet. It's a lot of, oh, what kind do you have and what access do you have and what can we do with that? There is an effort, IMLS is working on a program that is basically a device that sits in your building and counts the number of Wi-Fi clients that are around. But it is not available yet. It's still a program. So
and at that point, I'd just like to add that I was part of a study to count Wi-Fi usage in libraries, and that was done through Simmons College. But the study is finished, but I don't think that's going to help much ultimately, because it only showed you where peaks were in the usage, not the actual counting the sessions or the duration or anything like that. So what they're counting on these things also seem to be different.
That's another one. And there are a number, I think we're really good at things like checking out books and programs, and really like discrete, everybody knows what a book checkout looks like. Everybody knows what a program attendance looks like. Wireless sessions are all over the place. Is it, do you count, is it every time anybody connects? Is there an amount of time? Some people would like to use the approach where they count minutes, which I think has some things to recommend it, but is not how devices are usually set up. So it's a struggle. In some of the other stats, we do like online resources are one that we have, we have somewhat better data on our stuff, basically. And I didn't have a chance to share what the state resources are, but they're also apples and oranges. And vendors are also, there's a struggle with vendors because vendors sort of want their numbers to look really high. And so they have a tendency to pick a stat that complements them well and not necessarily yes, it's important. It's something that we all collectively need to keep working on, both at the state level and at the federal level. But it is also hard. And I think as these stats become more and more crucial to what libraries, showing what libraries are accomplishing. I think we need to spend more and more effort on them, because I mean they're just a big priority.
The other thing I'd like to say is that with so many libraries in the state actually being connected to Koha these days, because we have the two consortiums, and I think there's one or two individual libraries as well. It would be really great if there was sort of like a standardized report that was made for all Koha libraries, where they could press the magic go button and ta-da, get all the answers that you needed. And that would at least standardize the results between the Koha libraries.
I think that's a great idea. I would like that. I think there's sort of people have ones, but I don't think, but there's certainly nothing that has been consistent, and it's certainly not been consistent between the two consortia or the standalones. So I would like to, yeah, we would. I mean, if nothing else, it makes it, even if the numbers end up being the same, it makes it dramatically easier, because I know the annual report is a doozy, and anything you could do to take, take maybe an hour off of that would be lovely. So I think that's a great idea, and I appreciate that, Wendy.
It looks like Jeanette has her hand raised now.
It was a wonderful report, Josh, full of information about how many computers and how many people and all. I don't know if you collect any data. Perhaps it could just be a question on the annual report, a self-evaluation of just how tech savvy individual librarians feel. I'm sure we have librarians that are former IT professionals, and then you have others that are full-on Luddites. And I think that makes a huge difference for our community. I mean, at this point, my library has equipment available to the public that the librarian doesn't know how to operate, and is looking for a community volunteer to teach the librarian as well as the community how to use it. I think IT support, other than yourself, boots on the ground, circulating IT support around the state would be a wonderful thing. And I feel it's a need, maybe because I sit down there closer to the full-on Luddite position than many of our younger digital native librarians. But just a thought.
Yeah, I think that is absolutely true. I think, I mean, anecdotally, if we were to make people say, what is their biggest tech problem, I think a huge swath of them would say, I don't feel like I know everything that I need to know to do this. And I think in many cases, that goes ahead of the equipment that you have and the money that you have to spend on it. That knowledge may be the first most important need. So I think that is good. I think so. I'll throw out that when I was saying sort of stats that we would like to have for the report, there is absolutely the option of us doing specialized, just sort of surveys, off-the-cuff surveys for things that we would really like to know before we get to the reporting. And I think that is a great question to ask. That is not something that we typically ask, except anecdotally. And I think it would fit very well in a survey that we just send out to everybody and see what we get. And yeah, I appreciate that. Anything else, Jeanette?
Nope. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Karen, it looks like you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. I am very appreciative that you're gathering this information on public libraries only, and it seems like it's really great insight into the status of tech in public libraries. But as a school librarian, this is a lot of the same data that I would love to have for more school libraries in the state. I think that I hear from a lot of school librarians, it's really hard inside your districts to advocate for things that it seems like are needed, because there's not the data to say, like, we're not achieving on the level that we should be achieving because we don't have access to the right technology. And I can say that all I want, but without the sort of data to back it up. It's difficult. And I know VSLA has done some work to try to gather that data, but having a sort of statewide repository that that would be looking at the school library data too, I think would be tremendously helpful. It certainly sounds like, I've never completed one, but it certainly sounds like the annual reporting for the public library is extensive and probably takes a long time. So some ability to figure out, I think, as was already stated, some way to gather some of this data in a way that's not particularly onerous, but I understand some of it is just, it takes a lot of work to gather it, but it would be really valuable.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. And I think sort of, I won't say that this has not occurred to me before, but I think as we were working on the PowerPoint, and I got about halfway through because I'm so always enmeshed in the public library stats. And we were like, wait, we have nada for schools. I think it really hit home that is, I mean, I don't want to overplay, that is a hole that is not happening. And I think that, Kathy, sorry.
Oh,
yeah. Oh, sorry. I was just going to chime in just to say that there aren't other agencies who have that data either. It's not that the Department of Libraries doesn't have the data, but it's being held by the AOE or something else. Nobody is gathering that data in the way that's specifically focused on school libraries. So the AOE does collect technology data on districts, but none of it has specific library focus.
I'm having, speaking of tech troubles, I'm having tech troubles right now and I can't raise my hand. That piece of information that you just shared, that nobody's collecting it, is actually really good for us to hear. And I wonder, do any members of the working group, and actually, Josh, do you mind unsharing
Hold on.
the PowerPoint? Because it could be that that's what's freaking out my computer, but I don't think it is.
Oh, here we go.
Can you all hear me, even if my video on my end is choppy? I'm going to try to turn, I can almost not turn anything off right now.
Yes, I can hear you, but your video is frozen.
Yeah, so I've turned off my camera. I'm just wondering if any members of this group have ideas of who the Department of Libraries could work with, or who the working group could work with to develop a survey like the public library survey that we send to our Vermont public libraries, to be distributed to the Vermont school libraries, K to 12. Who do you think would be a good group of people to work with? Would it be VSLA?
It looks like Meg has her hand up. Hey, Meg.
Hi, Joshua. I think, every fall there is a survey that is sent out to school librarians from the AOE, I believe, that needs to be completed by October 31st. And when I was at a smaller elementary school and the only person in that space, I remember filling out that form and also feeling like I didn't have all that information at my fingertips. And at a school library now where I have an admin assistant, and I came into that role, they had always filled in that information.
So Meg, I know this.
I don't have a name.
Sorry. I know the survey that you're talking about, and that's like the AOE's technology survey. And so in my district, it's not filled out by librarians, it's filled out by our tech director. And so my remembrance of it is that it doesn't really have very much, like I would love to see information on collections and automation systems and other things for school libraries across the state. And I don't recall that information being on that technology survey. It was more like, how many computers do you have? That kind of thing.
Thank you, Karen. That's how I recall it, and sort of like, internet speeds and that sort of thing. And so not like how many audiobooks do we have in our collection? How many students have Wi-Fi access at home? That sort of thing. I agree. And I think working with the AOE, because we do have educational quality standards, on the books for school libraries would be a great partner for this work. Because I know that's the only way there's going to be any teeth to making it equitable for students across the state in terms of the sort of technology supports, whether it's in, certified staff and in actual devices and broadband access. I think the AOE's got the teeth to make that happen. It's through our educational quality standards.
Right. Yeah, agreed. And having the AOE send it out to superintendents to delegate to their librarians would be a way that we could reach every school librarian in the state. And the VSLA does not. Some librarians are not part of VSLA, so those people would be missed.
Gotcha. Thank you.
This is Kathy. Sorry again, still having weirdness here with my technology, but I'm thinking some of the information that Josh shared is from the IMLS Public Library Survey, and some of it's kind of from we're nosy here and we want to know things, so we ask other questions. So I'm thinking it may be that there's a combination approach. Perhaps we could do a similar, we don't want to add to the work of school librarians. We know how busy you are. And we don't want to collect duplicative information. If it sounds like this AOE technology survey that's done annually, I can reach out to AOE and ask for that survey. And I think, the survey results and also to look at the survey questions, because if we need some other data that would be interesting that we would care about, but they might not think to ask because it's not a librarian collecting it. So the ILS may not be top of mind for AOE, for example. And actually that's something that's just that we're nosy and we seem to know that. We could send out a supplemental survey or just like a pulse survey and try to get some answers from people that way. We could also potentially ask AOE for support in adding to the survey data this year because we have the working group, and asking a few more questions that would be helpful to the working group and helpful to improving and maintaining library services. So I think it seems like that might be helpful. I do want to say there is this extra thing that I've heard and noticed a little bit. We have, even with public libraries, we have 185 of them. We don't hear from how many, Josh, like 20?
So in terms of the annual report, there's usually 30, 35 that don't fill it out. Some of those are year to year, but some of them are consistent, and they tend to be on the smaller end.
So it could be, some of the data is less thorough because of that, if you're missing that many people. And so it could be that together with professional organizations, I mean, these elements of data are so important to us. If we're trying to get a read on the health of our libraries, and we know that some are like not even having the capacity to do the survey, maybe it would be helpful to, instead of just the Department of Libraries reaching out to them, working with some of the library associations or other partners to try to really reach out and connect with them and encourage them and even walk through it with them. And, how do we encourage our colleagues to take it seriously? They might think, well, I never ask for anything. I never get anything. Why do I need to report to you? But how do we know what they need? And particularly when we're looking at the topic of staffing, if we've never heard from these tiny libraries with small staff and limited hours, then our data is skewed. We have an issue there. I almost feel like I don't want to out the particular libraries, but Josh, it might be helpful to know which they are, and like, let's try to visit them very quickly and get them engaged right now. Even if they only engage during this year, that would be helpful to get better results. Because it does seem like, when we're looking at the median and things like that, which might be relevant if we all had a consistent level of service. When Josh and I were looking at some of the numbers, it was kind of like, oof, well, the median's really not true. Like, some of these libraries have one computer and some of them have 30. Like, it's not evenly distributed that way, the way the numbers might look. And in a state with less of a dramatic difference between rural and suburban areas, and with tax levels in different towns, and it's just it's very complicated.
I think this is a great suggestion overall. I would be really excited in being involved with AOE and VISLA and figuring out what, and we can see if in the working group or outside the working group is the most logical place for discussions around it. But I think making something happen, I mean, it doesn't, you don't have to get everything the first time, but having some data would be a great start.
Yeah.
Quick question while we're talking about that. Meg and Karen, you're both here with the VSLA perspective. Is this something you'd like to talk with Josh a little bit more? Not all of our whole entire group, but just the two of you. Like, he could share, for example, the survey questions for the PLS, since you probably haven't taken that. Yep. And then you could let us know which are the things you think are really relevant, and he could, Josh, maybe add to that which ILS they're using, because that's our own special question. But a lot of those things, it's like number of computers, how many seats are in the building. Like we cherry picked data that was relevant to technology. So that could be something that happens next, and then we can kind of say to AOE, well, this is what we think would be valuable, and in gathering, can we work with you to gather some of this?
Yeah, I'd be super excited about helping with that, because I feel like it's a key part of our advocacy. So yeah.
Great.
And I would too as well. I know the VISLA board has been working on, we were derailed because of the pandemic, but on an extensive form as well to collect information from our school librarians, even doing an identity audit, and wondering how we can coordinate the release of those surveys so we don't overwhelm folks.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we would want to make sure that we're not, that's an issue. So we can make sure that we're not double asking things and that we're not hitting people with too much, but we're only getting what would be really useful for y'all to have, and us as well. But great.
I'm wondering too, and maybe this is a question for Denise. I can't even use the internet currently, so hold on a second. I'm trying to. Okay. I'm just thinking about the academic libraries. So Denise and Maria, is there any reporting done that you're aware of in that realm, in the realm of academic libraries? I mean, I know we're not asking that information. And is there any need for us to work with you all on something similar, or is it sort of not as relevant?
I'm not sure if Denise might know more than I do. But outside of some ACRL reporting that we do with just with like reference transactions, that does have a technology component. We do report modes of transactions in that sense, but that's so small. But outside of that, I'm not sure, which also leads me to believe that there might not be.
Yeah. Do you think it's relevant, or do you think it's less relevant that your technology needs in academic libraries, that they're largely met, that they don't need this extra boost?
Yeah, I would, based on the conversations that Denise and I have had with some academic librarians, and just from my own experience, I mean, information is information, and I think that that's useful at any level, but it's probably not as prevalent or as relevant right now. I think that a lot of academic libraries have their own avenues and pathways for getting what they need most of the time. At least that's what we were hearing.
Okay, well, so I think then in that case, since our time is Josh's time is a limited resource, and our team's time and kind of parsing all the data is a limited resource. Maybe we'll just focus on trying to improve the data for the school, or trying to improve our understanding of the data or our access to the data for the school librarians. And even as far as AOE, if they're doing this annual survey and it pertains to libraries, I think it would be good for us to ask what other types of surveys they might be doing with schools that might be relevant, what data they have related to schools, so we can help have that information in our working groups, kind of library of data points and information sets. Did anyone else have questions for Josh? Oh my gosh, we should break. I'm thinking, and working group members, we can talk about this more in email. But if you thought this was helpful, we can add this type of presentation by Department of Library staff or other folks who have a good, maybe other people in the state or other organizations who have a really good overview that they can present on other topics. So we can bring you more of these. So let's let me know if you liked this type of thing and you think it's valuable for our group to have that. You can just let me know by email if you'd like us to continue doing this type of report. Thank you, Josh. We'll see you later, I think, for testimony on some other topics. I want to take a brief break because we've been sitting here now for quite a while and we have testimony starting at 11. So we're going to take a recess. I'm going to actually leave and come back in because I'm going to restart. So we'll see you at 11.
Thanks, all.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Kathy.
Can you hear and see me?
Yes, you both are good right now.
As if on cue with our topic of technology and things that are mysterious, I just came back to log in, and Josh, I'm on the Vermont Library's guest access right now. I had this message that I had no internet, none, on
Huh.
the ACCD.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. That's
Things to troubleshoot for the future, but I think
Mhm.
this is better, right?
It seems good right now.
Okay. And we're going to go back into our meeting in just a minute. The first person to do testimony is here. I see Rob Fish. Hi, Rob.
Hi, Rob.
Hey, everybody. How is everybody today?
Good.
We're good. How are you?
It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Catherine. There very well may be people on the line I've met prior, but if not, hello. I'm Rob Fish. I'm with the Vermont Community Broadband Board, and I've been doing work since I started with the state with Josh and Tom and others on technology issues. So I don't know what the format of this is. I did put together a few slides. But,
Okay, let me just make sure everybody's back with us. We'll do a quick roll call for working group members, and then we'll go straight into your testimony, Rob. You'll have 10 minutes, and if you can share your slides, that's great. So you'll have 10 minutes to share out, and then we'll do 5 minutes of questions. So let me just quickly check with folks to make sure that we're all back. Because we just came back from a break, Rob. So I want to be sure we're actually physically here. So when I call your name, please say present or here. Kelly McCagg.
I'm here. Sorry, I had to hit my microphone.
Great. Christopher Kaufman-Ilstra.
Present.
Great. Jeanette Blair. I'm sorry, Jeanette Baer.
Here.
Thank you. Wendy Sharkey.
Here.
Great. Meg is not with us right now. Karen McCullough.
I'm here.
Great. Maria Avery.
Here.
Great. Denise Hersey. Well, she'll be joining us soon. I don't want to get off agenda. So welcome back. We've been at recess. This is the working group on the status of libraries in Vermont. We are just coming back from a 15-minute, well, not quite 15-minute recess, and we're launching into our morning session of testimony from the community. Our 11 o'clock testimony provider is Rob Fish, who's here with us, who is the Deputy Director of the Vermont Community Broadband Board. Welcome, Rob. You'll have 10 minutes to share, up to 10 minutes to share testimony, and then up to 15 minutes total for the testimony and questions.
Sure. Well, let me try to share my my screen here, and afterwards you can schedule a PowerPoint workshop for me. Let's see if I can get this to go through. Okay, is everybody seeing my screen at the moment?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, once again, I'm Rob Fish. I'm the Deputy Director of the Vermont Community Broadband Board. Prior to my position with the board, I was working with the Public Service Department, doing the same type broadband outreach. And then prior to that, the Vermont Council on Rural Development with their digital economy project. So I've been doing stuff with libraries and digital literacy for quite some time. And it's exciting to see this issue being taken up with the libraries. Oops. Sorry, somehow it managed to go way far ahead of everything. Sorry, I don't know why it looks different in Teams right now. So I wanted to give a little bit of overview of some of the recent activities, especially during the pandemic. We worked very closely with libraries around the state to identify Wi-Fi hotspots, as well as to install new ones. We've deployed the equipment and licenses in over 200 locations around the state. And some of this was directly where we funded the equipment. Some of it was working with another organization that focuses on technology and disaster relief. So it's over 200 locations, and all of these locations should be licensed for several years now. We also work with the libraries to secure some funding from the Vermont Community Foundation for technology grants. These grants ranged from improving network speed and signal strength, upgrading computers, doing like take-home technology kits, and making even physical accommodations to expand the ability of libraries to play that important role during the pandemic and going into the future. So as I mentioned, wireless upgrades, network upgrades, public computers, lending devices, varied quite a bit. So I'm going to shift gears a little bit right now and go into what the vast majority of my work is about today. It's about building these communication union districts. At the start of the pandemic, there were thousands of Vermonters without any internet access. So we worked a lot on short-term solutions, immediate solutions, so Vermonters could access telehealth, remote learning, remote work capabilities where the libraries were key. We are now working on developing a future-proof fiber network across the state. The key part of that strategy is the creation of communication union districts. These are districts like solid waste districts, water districts, but with the sole purpose of providing communications infrastructure. At the start of the pandemic, there were 2 districts. There was now we have 9 covering 208 towns. Each town has 2 representatives. It's hundreds and hundreds of volunteer hours, and this covers 92% of the premises without access to high-speed internet at the moment. And as you could see, there's a lot of libraries in all these towns as well. I want to talk about a few of the initiatives that are ongoing right now. Most of these have gone through the high-level design stage and are issuing RFPs for construction. We are announcing our first big construction grants on Monday. Stay tuned, which will cover, I believe, about a dozen towns. And we would expect over the course of the summer to be issuing grants to all of these groups to start a build out the goal is to have it accomplished in 3 to 5 years. We are facing workforce and supply chain issues, and also want to temper expectations. Vermonters have been overpromised many times when it comes to broadband. But ideally, in the next 7 years or so, we are going to have a fiber network capable of gigabit speeds that spans the state. The areas on this map that are in gray are not in CUDs, but down near Ludlow, there's VTEL, there already is fiber. And then there's areas up in Chittenden County that are very well served at this point when it comes to cable, but that doesn't mean that we aren't looking for solutions. We want the entire state to have access to a technology that's going to provide service for the next 30 years. So the basic model of this is we provide grants. We have, thanks to ARPA and the infrastructure bill, we're going to have about $350 million to invest in this issue to try to solve it once and for all. Like that's one of the big challenges we're facing, is keeping our eye on the prize when there are immediate needs that must be addressed as well when it comes to technology. But the idea is grant funding equals equity. We're trying to do equity into these communication union districts of about 60%. The rest they would access from the revenue bond to build out a network that connects every premise in the state. What we're working on now is the more you have to borrow, it equals higher prices for consumers. And as many of you know, interest rates are continuing to go up. So there are challenges. So I wouldn't mind brainstorming a little bit on some of the opportunities for libraries. Like, what can libraries accomplish when they have a fiber network that connects every single premise in their community, that connects them with other libraries around the state, where it's instantaneous video, for instance? Could you share presentations? You have a speaker at one library, but have a screen set up at other libraries. Is there a way to to do co-working spaces to address other needs and potentially another revenue source? And what role will libraries play when it comes to digital literacy? So that's the presentation, but I wanted to just give that overview and stop sharing my screens, and would love your thoughts and go from there.
Thank you, Rob. I really appreciate you took the time to be with us today and to share with us about what has happened and what is happening. And I'm excited to hear more on Monday about broadband and the grants. I want to turn it over to our working group members to ask questions or respond to some of the ideas and suggestions you had about maybe how we could work with how libraries could work together with increased access to the internet in the future. Working group members? Does anybody have questions or comments? Karen.
So I just wanted to mention that, so I'm representing school libraries on this committee along with Meg Allison. And I just wanted to mention that definitely equity of access was something that came up frequently when I asked school librarians around the state for their testimony for this topic. Because some school libraries have really slow broadband access or no broadband access, and it really impacts their ability to connect outside of their communities. So I would welcome, I think the school libraries around the state would welcome some ability to get increased high-speed access.
Certainly. Like, institutions are key.
Are school libraries or are schools already included in the plan that is being built out?
Every E911 address in the state is included in the plan as long as they're on the grid. So you will be getting upgraded service, and with the efforts of some of the communication union districts, it may actually be it's a dark fiber network where there could be something that could connect every student via a network that's specific for school and for education. There's a lot of smart community type things we're only beginning to investigate and only beginning to imagine of what could be possible.
Awesome, thank you.
Christopher, I see your hand is up.
Hi, Rob. It's great to see you.
Hey, it's been a long time. Nice to see you too.
It's been a while. I don't really have a question. I just wanted to make a comment that I know that the organizing work that has led to this moment has been years and years and years in the making. And I really commend you and everybody else who's been working on it for such a long time to get us to this point. I also just want to note that, you know, this will profoundly change access for everyone, but I'm so deeply connected to libraries and the cultural sector, and I know it's a game changer for those particular organizations as well. So I just want to thank you for that work. I'm saddened, of course, that it took a global pandemic to get us to this investment, but it's really going to change things for people.
Yeah, thank you. One of the things that really drives me with this work is the equity side of things. Of that, we'll finally have a situation in the state where, by deploying fiber, it's the only technology that can assure that everybody is going to have access to the same level of speed, the same opportunities. It can have a great equalizing effect across the state.
Thanks. Wendy, I see your hand.
Yes. I think this is a fantastic opportunity. What worries me is that here in Vermont, we seem awfully good at starting things up and setting things up, but after 5 years, then the equipment starts breaking down, and we then have to struggle to find some way to maintain it or something like that. Are there any plans in the initial stages to have an ongoing development of things.
Yes, yes. The last thing we want is to start a project up and have it degrade over time. In order to get funding, all these communication union districts have to have a business plan that plans for the eventualities, that plans for the future. The one benefit with fiber is that there's fiber deployed in this country that was deployed 30 years ago that is still working just fine. It's a matter of upgrading the equipment on a regular basis to increase speeds, and that's one of the operating and maintenance expenses that are going to have to be taken care of, and it's part of the business plans.
Jeanette, I see a tiny movement on your microphone, maybe. Are you waiting for, do you have a question or comment?
I was just wondering at what cost we're talking. It's one thing to say that it will be available for every household in the state or every library in the state, but at what cost? Because if it's cost prohibitive, it might as well not be there at all.
Well, every provider that is involved in the program will be participating in the Affordable Connectivity Program, which provides a $30 subsidy a month. But we are also encouraging and looking for efforts that build in affordability. It's going to vary across the state. Unfortunately, one of the challenges we're having is there's a desire for fast speeds, accountability, and having it built fast, and affordability. Finding the right mix that works for everybody is going to be a challenge. So when you're building publicly owned networks, these should be a public asset. If we're putting all this grant money in, you're building up an organization. You don't have access to some of the private financing that could keep the rates down. There are going to be challenges, but we are committed to making this affordable. And this is one area where it is going to depend on the various areas of the state, and that we would welcome any assistance when it comes to figuring out how to address that side of things.
Are you looking at a set fee across the board where, people in the Northeast Kingdom are paying the same rates as people in a more populous area? Or are you talking about varying the cost by the population density that you're serving?
There is going to be some variation. We're not going to be approving any plan that is out of control in cost. And we do expect costs to come down over time. But this is one aspect that we're really starting to dig into. It has to be a part of every aspect of it, and some of the funding that's coming in with the infrastructure bill requires a low cost option, and that would be our goal across the state.
Thank you.
I had a couple of questions for you, Rob, and one of them, we were hearing from Josh earlier about census data, and we're doing pretty well if you just look at does a household have a computer. The national average I think was 90.3% and Vermont's 89.9%. But then I think about what those computers are like and how old some of those computers are. And then I think, okay, well, everybody has broadband. And then some of the phones are really old too. And I'm just wondering, is there a plan related to equipment? I'm trying to think about us developing services in the future. And if I were in a household that has neither 100 up, 100 down broadband speed, nor computer that could handle that speed, the broadband network would address half of the issue. But what about the other half? And should public libraries be thinking forward? Should we as a state be thinking forward to how to get the actual equipment so that people can use the network that we're building into people's hands? And is there a role for the library in that? Or is that something that's already being done through another working group or another arm of the state?
So there is a role for the libraries. I'll get to that in a moment, but it should be noted with the Affordable Connectivity Program, this is the federal program that offers $30 a month. Another part of the program that doesn't get as much coverage is that providing a device to be able to access this internet. Where the library should help and where the state needs a strategy, and we are going to be digging into that with the new infrastructure bill and the digital equity side of things, is reaching people that would benefit from the program. Like that is the challenging, and some of the Like the subsidy has been around in one form or another for 2 years right now, but people aren't taking advantage of it. And a lot of that is our social service web is so overtaxed at this already. And digital tools and broadband, it's a whole other issue to try to discuss and to make sure people take advantage of the subsidy. And frankly, the federal government has still been working out how the subsidy is going to be, how they're going to put it out there, how they're going to make sure that everybody that is on any type of public assistance gets access, that any student that has a Pell Grant gets access. And that's going to be the trick of this all, is how to unite all these efforts to, we have the service, but making sure people have the technology and have the skills to use this technology. And by use this technology, I don't mean just being able to join a Teams call or being able to use a computer, but I mean the other side of, like, when I first started on this digital literacy and digital equity side of things, my first interest was I was in Ghana. Yes, Ghana. So we're gonna go way across the ocean right now. And I was in a village that the year before didn't even have phone service. You had to walk to the next village to get phone service. Now all of a sudden they have access to high-speed internet. And explaining and trying to, let's say they have plenty of internet scams too. Most of them involved, oh, well, we'll get you a green card if you send money to this, or if you do this, or you do that. So, so being able to explain what is appropriate, what is a scam, and what happens if you do different things is a key for maximizing the use of this technology and making it transformative. Like I had a translate of, oh, if you click on this link, it's going to be a computer virus. What does that mean? What are the implications of that? And it was going to be like, oh, this could be the equivalent of your cocoa farm burning down. Like it was just translating that and providing the one-on-one assistance to make best use of these tools, to make best use of this information, and to evaluate the information is important for the future of Vermont and the future of this country and the future of just being able to have this be transformative in the way that we hope it is versus the way it could be, as we've tragically seen many times now.
Thanks for that answer and that information. It's great to know you have that kind of context, and that role of teaching and the awareness is something that some of our libraries and library staff are comfortable with. And I'm hoping that we might be able to partner in getting library staff trained up to do that and to develop modules or courses that they might be able to implement, or even some regional trainers or something of that nature. I'm
I
also,
like the regional, I want to
Yeah.
jump on that regional trainer idea. Like after Irene, we had this internet intern program that was at many libraries across the state, but was difficult to sustain. There also is quite a variety of skill level among the libraries in the state, and capacity based on the size of the library. And one thing that would be possible with this technology, if we're able to have real-time video conferencing across the state, because we have fiber, is to have some kind of decentralized program where on every computer screen in there, there's like, click this to talk to an expert that can walk you through different things, that can explain to you how to file your taxes or how to do whatever, or how to do a Zoom call with your grandkids. Like a way to decentralize that to boost the capacity of everybody.
Yeah, the other thing I wanted to check is, I wonder, when we're talking about the plans that we have and the affordability for the customer, you were just mentioning that, different libraries have different budgets and different staffing and different scales. And I'm curious for institutions which use a lot more bandwidth typically, and therefore have pretty high bills from outside providers. What is the plan? What is the vision for kind of how libraries or schools with school libraries would be charged within this?
And
Is there a framework for that? And is there any subsidy involved for institutions?
I don't believe there's subsidies involved for institutions from the new programs. We do have to look at how this is going to interact with E-rate funding and other federal programs. Not that there aren't issues with those programs, which we can go on a whole other session about. But we are also hoping that by building this publicly owned infrastructure, that part of building that could provide benefits to other anchor institutions in the community that they couldn't otherwise access.
Thank you. Just to share with everybody, Josh Muse had been our 10:15 testimony. I'm sorry, I don't know what time I'm thinking it is. 11:15 testimony person, but Josh just did a bunch of answering of questions, and so he ceded some time to Robert. So if anybody else has questions for Robert, now that would be it's fine to continue asking him questions for a few more minutes until our 11:30 person show comes. She may have just joined.
I'm on the phone. I can't get on.
Okay.
I'm sorry. This is Bree Drappa.
Okay. Well, Bree, why don't you just wait where you are, and we can hear your testimony by phone, unless April can troubleshoot with you offline. Okay. So, any more questions for Robert?
The one final piece of advice, and this comes down to affordability and access for your libraries and schools, is to connect with the communication union district in your area. We've been telling them to do that, but it could come the other direction as well. Like it's this effort takes all hands on deck, and they could use your skills, your knowledge, and it'd be very helpful for you to make the point of the role that you play in the community as we move forward with this endeavor. Let's say. Or adventure.
That makes me think, Rob, that if you have information that you'd like us to share out about this specific, if you have a message specific to libraries and you have contact information, we can get that message out really quickly through the Department of Libraries to librarians around the state. So we'd love to boost your message about what you're doing and how libraries should, reach out and who they should reach out to. We send out regular weekly updates from Department of Libraries, so we're happy to share that out to get people in on the news. Anything that you think is relevant to them.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Yeah, I can post in the chat right now a link that has all the communication union districts and their latest contacts. They all just had elections, so I think some things are changing. I'll post this in the chat.
Great. Well, thank you so much for being here with us today, and we'll make sure that this link gets into the minutes of the meeting. We really appreciate you helping libraries to boost what we were doing service-wise. One quick question, because we're about to get to 11:30, but I'm wondering, our public libraries, we saw a lot of people kind of sitting outside and trying to get on the Wi-Fi. Are libraries alone in that? Does that happen at other institutions that you're aware of? And did you work with other institutions in towns in Vermont to boost the signal?
We installed Wi-Fi hotspots at places ranging from libraries to the U-Haul distribution center in Bolton. Like people were borrowing Wi-Fi anywhere they could get their hands on it during the pandemic. But that's not where we should be at by a state. That was a interim solution. It was a creative solution that filled an immediate need, an immediate gap. But we don't want to ever have to see, when we're done with this, of people working at the parking lot of McDonald's to try to be able to do their homework or to work remote. Like but this is a transformative project, and it's going to take time. I know the last thing Vermonters want to hear when it comes to broadband is, please be patient. We're working on it, but that's the fact of the matter, that things are in the works, and by the end of the summer, there's going to be quite the plan and funding flowing across the state.
Great. Thank you so much, Rob. We really appreciate your time today and the good work you're doing.
Thank you. You're very welcome, and thank you for all the work that libraries across the state have been doing for decades, centuries. In many cases, you're key to your keys to your community. Thank you, everybody. Feel free to reach out with any questions.
Thanks. It sounds like we're going to jump over Josh because we had a good, robust info sharing from him earlier, and we're going to move to our 11:30 presenter. So I think Bree Droppa is here with us. Bree's the director of the Westford Public Library. Bree, are you there?
I am. I'm on the phone. I'm having, but I think I'm going to now be able to join. It's letting me in finally. So I'm going to join you on the computer.
Okay.
So it'll just take a minute.
Okay. And when you get here, you'll have 10 minutes to share, up to 10 minutes to share testimony, and up to 15 for the whole testimony plus Q&A with the working group.
Okay. So as long as someone lets me in, I should be good to go now.
I've just tried admitting you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. How ironic to have technology trouble on something involving technology. Hello, welcome, thank you for having me here. Okay. Can everyone hear me?
We can, and we can see you now too. Thanks for joining us, Bree.
Yeah.
Feel free to jump right in.
Okay, I will. That was a stressful half an hour of trying to get in on this meeting. So I just wanted to, you guys have my testimony, so I'm not going to read it. I don't think that's what you want me to do. But I had brought up the library's digital footprint when we talked about facilities, because I do see our website and our online presence as our building in the community as well. I believe that like our website, our landing page, our services that we offer online allow us to be open 24 hours a day to a very different group of patrons in our community. And I did say that much like facilities, our website and our work on our web is suffering from looking dated. Our website is from 2013. It's minimally updated by myself because as a solo librarian, we don't have tech people or a tech librarian or even, time and training to do some of the stuff that I would like to do with the web. So time, money, and expertise, I think, is needed in that area of technology for us. As far as that is a problem, we've also had a lot of successes in our community involving technology. Thanks to the ARPA Cares grant and ARPA Tech grants, we were able to update all of our technology in the library. So we have wireless printing where people can print from their car. We have new computers. We have working. And our biggest success during the pandemic, we got a grant from PLA for $5,000 for equipment to extend our wireless network. Working with Rob Fish and a group in our town who's tasked to work on better Wi-Fi connection and broadband, we are able to Wi-Fi our whole common so that you can walk through the common and you don't get a disruption of service. We did have that people literally jamming up next to the building during the pandemic, and our very small parking lot was full, and it was like, this is a problem and we need to solve it. So I think libraries can solve a lot of our problems through technology, but we just don't have the training and we just don't have the people to do it. We don't have, not every library has a technology person or even a reference person who is their technology specialist. Sometimes it's a lot of plugging it in, plugging it out, turning it on, turning it off, and experimentation, or a community member volunteering their time to help. And that's not necessarily the best way to run things. So anyway, I do have to say that our new wireless common gets over 1,000 individual users check-ins a month. I keep statistics on that. We're a town of 2,000 people, and we have over 1,000 individual users. we don't even have 1,000 people who have library cards in our community. So obviously the need and the people using the service is there. We've gotten very good with Libby, and we have seen a lot of use in our digital library. That also is really good. And but I do want to say too that we offer free printing here at the Westford Public Library, which is not common at a lot of libraries. I hear from patrons who come in to use our printer that they don't like having to pay at other libraries. And I don't like having my patrons to have to pay for printing either. Our patrons who come in and use our public access computers or our printers are not necessarily the patrons who are coming in and using our books. Somehow we're happy to buy books for people who are going to use them or order that movie or get that, magazine subscription that person likes. But we're unwilling to offer paper and ink. And I think it's a real access problem for a lot of people who come into the library and want to use it and their taxes pay for it. We aren't providing it in a way that they are using it. I think that free and open access to library services and materials includes things like printing. I'm not talking excessive things. We offer 10 free black and white pages every day. And most people come in, they print their boarding pass, their Amazon label, or maybe print out some legal documents or something that they need to have to send. Taxes are also a big thing during the tax season. And I feel like they're using the library, we can, pay for a little bit of paper and ink because someone else coming in to the library is also taking a lot of paper and ink in the form of books out with them. So I think it's an equity issue. It's something that rubs me the wrong way that we charge sometimes for our technology. And, I think that by using laser printers, by using, just black and white, that it allows our patrons to have a service free, just like any other patron that uses the library. So sorry about that little bit of a rant there. As far as what the state could do, what the Department of Libraries could do, I think it's it's just very hard to keep up with technology. I know that the state can't recommend buy this computer or buy this whatever, but honestly, that's what I want. I want to be told, okay, this is a very robust public access computer. Get it. I don't want to have to spend hours trying to figure out, is this right? Josh published something very useful during the pandemic, which was basically like, you should be looking for a computer with XYZ, this much memory, this much RAM, this much whatever. And that was so very helpful. So more resources like that. And it's not just computers. We think of technology as just computers or copiers, but it's routers, it's repeaters, it's checkoutable devices, hotspots, e-readers. They change all the time. There's just so much technology and it changes really quickly. It's really hard to keep up with that. But I see technology as being a great resource. And I think that libraries are a wonderful place for people to access free Wi-Fi, to close that gap, that digital divide. And so I've seen great successes, and it gives me hope that other libraries will be seeing those successes as well. Thank you.
Thanks so much for being here with us today, Bree, and for sharing your experience and your perspective. I want to open it up to members of the working group to ask any follow-up questions. I also want to make sure, because people might come and hear this later on, you were talking about Libby, and they may not realize, somebody who's not as familiar with libraries may not realize what Libby is. So maybe while our working group members are kind of collecting their questions and thoughts, will you just, in a sentence or two, say what Libby is and what that's about?
Yeah, Libby is an app run by Overdrive to access ebooks and audiobooks for free with your library card.
That was great. You're like you must be a librarian. Wealth of information. Okay, anybody, does anybody have questions for Bree? You can raise your hand. Wendy?
Bree, question for you. Do you offer patrons any sort of training on computers?
So in January, I usually offer a program called like, did you get new tech, for Christmas, or, did you get a new iPad and you want to learn to use it? And I used to have that as a drop-in kind of thing, and no one really dropped in, or everyone would drop in at once. And so I do have time to make appointments. Now, those formal trainings, I don't think go as well as the informal, person coming into the library with their Kindle and saying, how do I get the books on here? And so I'd say that there are formal trainings that we do. And I did formal trainings when we went to like Aspen, the new card catalog that we have online. But I do a lot of informal training. And I think that's where most of the actual training gets done at my library.
And of course, that's you doing that as well.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it is. We have not had, we don't have the like population density for one of those like AmeriCorps volunteers to come in and do stuff that I know some of the larger libraries do. A lot of it is me being not afraid to push buttons on their device and then saying, it's okay, you can try this too. Instilling a mindset of trial and error is sometimes hard for people with technology.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy.
Christopher?
Hi, Bree. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you brought up issues of equity and technology in libraries, and I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit more about that, specifically as it might apply to people with disabilities, folks who may be blind or visually impaired, deaf or hard of hearing, or maybe have developmental disabilities, and how libraries can help those folks to access technology better.
Yeah, well, Christopher, that's a great question. I would love to say I've had a lot of experience in that issue in that area, but I really haven't. I mean, I can see in theory how some of these would work. I will tell you that I have had some good experience. We have several deaf patrons who access our library, and during the pandemic, I started doing YouTube videos that I would post online, like book reviews. Here are the new books, and in 5 minutes I would go through the new books that we did. And two of my deaf patrons let me know that that was very helpful to them because they could see the cover, and then they could use the closed captioning in YouTube, which isn't perfect, but they could use it enough to know what I was saying about the book reviews. That was not necessarily my intent. I was just trying to get this information out, but they had the skills to use the closed captioning to make that happen for them. So I would like to say that, I'm also working on our website, which is kind of old, and it's getting there. But I met with someone yesterday and I said, I want the website to have a facelift and I want it to be ADA compliant. I think, we want our facility to be ADA compliant. We have to think with that same lens for our web presence as well. And I know that the State Library has someone new in at the Able Library, and they have lots of great resources. So I'm hoping to reach out to them to help me with stuff like that.
I think they may be on this call. If they want to go on camera and wave, that would be great.
Hi, popping up from my chair. Thank you. Sorry. Thanks so much for that. I do have a particular interest in accessibility for tech for the blind and visually impaired, and mostly because I've had some personal experience in my family of how difficult it is for low vision people to be able to use e-readers when they can't see the icons on the screen.
Yes, I actually have done quite a few, not with visually impaired, but changing helping people get their font larger on e-readers, suggesting stuff to the able library for our patrons who need services, not only for their vision, but also I have a lot of patrons who are getting Parkinson's, and so the shaking is hard for them to read the books. So they're also accessing that audio technology, or so that they can still keep reading. I have done some work with our school and with patrons who are just reluctant readers here, who are kids, kids who have dyslexia, kids who have tracking disorders. Reading the ebooks online on a reader can be really life-changing for them when traditional media isn't a resource. I mean, isn't working for them.
Thanks, Bree. Let's keep this topic in our minds when we move to the discussion a little bit later today, because I do have a suggestion of how we might have a whole separate session on this topic. It's great to hear, Bree, that you're making those connecting people with some technologies that might help them, and definitely do reach out to Karen, who waved, because some of those folks sound like they qualify for ABLE services, which would be great to connect them with even a bigger wide range of services.
Oh, don't worry. They've got all the paperwork.
Good. Wonderful. Well, I just want to thank you for being with us today and for sharing your written testimony and for being available to the working group for questions, and for the enthusiasm that you bring to your work and the experience and knowledge that you bring to your work. And one quick question before you go. I'm wondering, how do you keep aware of changing things in technology? You described sometimes I just push the button. Are there any resources that you use to learn that you think would be helpful? Are there any tools you use when training staff in your library or volunteers in your library?
No. Basically, I mean, I have my own phone. I have, my own home iPad. I mean, luckily I have some tech savvy kids, and my husband's in the tech industry. But basically it's that growth mindset of, you can't break this, you just need to play around with it. No, I get presented with different e-readers and different phones every day. We had talked about having like a petting zoo at one point, when things were new, where the state would have like one of everything and you could go figure it all out. I think technology moves too fast even to support that model. So sorry, I wish I could say that there was a better resource. You can Google a lot of stuff too. For troubleshooting, Libby, they have a good help section on their page.
Great. Well, thank you for that. And thanks for being here today. You're welcome to stay. We're having one more 15-minute testimony session now, and then we're going to break for lunch, but you're also welcome to come back or to check any of this out online. We're filming it, recording it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our final morning testimony is going to be presented by Karen McCullough, who is in our working group, but has also done great work in gathering testimony from school librarians around the state. So turning it over to you now, Karen.
Great, thank you so much. So I am going to keep my portion of the testimony pretty short because I'm going to share my block with Stephanie Sherman, who is a school librarian and who submitted testimony when I asked for it, but also has some things to say separate. So I am going to do, so the testimony is on the folder on the webpage, but I'm just going to give sort of a broad overview of some common themes. So it's a really busy time of the year for school librarians. And so what Meg and I decided to do was just ask school librarians to send me via email one or two quick things that they would like to say, and then I would sort of summarize it all. So some common themes is that school librarians are interested in exploring something like a single automation system for all school libraries, that we would each be sort of a location on some sort of bigger global system. But they're only interested that if migration is easy, resource sharing is less cumbersome, and consortium buying helps to alleviate budget pressure on individual schools and districts. So that's a big ask. So I'm not positive that that's entirely achievable, but there would be some wonderful possibilities for economies of scale and efficiency if we were all in a single system. So equity is definitely a common concern, and that was reflected in the school librarian responses in device access, in tech support staffing and access, in broadband availability, in budget inequities, technology support, training, and PD for staff and students, and uneven tech deployment in elementary schools in the same district. So a lot of our districts have maybe a single high school with a lot of elementary schools that send to that high school. Sometimes you'll see that elementary schools are really uneven in how much technology they have access to and how much support they have access to. That means when kids arrive at the high school level, they're often in very different places. Librarians are asking for more state support for shared digital resources. Lots of shouts out for Vermont Online Library and the wonderful resources that are already there, and which every school librarian is already appreciating, but looking for ones that would complement the resources that are already there and maybe be more accessible to younger learners, students below grade level, and ESL students. And there were a variety mentioned, like BrainPop, Scholastic Bookflix, Pebble Go, ProQuest, EBSCO, Britannica, ABC Clio, Culturegrams, and LibGuides. More access to digital audiobooks, especially titles that can be shared among users or that have multiple copies, would be valuable. Many school librarians also have concerns, as all librarians do, about the sustainability of limited use lending models, especially regarding audiobook and ebook purchases. Several librarians suggested partnering with UVM or Vermont State University so that we could have access to their collections of high quality digital resources. For example, things like JSTOR, Elsevier, or Bloom's. And interlibrary loan is really challenging for school libraries, although that's a great way for us to share collections and make more with less. Many school libraries are single person libraries, and often part-time single person libraries, and don't have access to a budget for the mailing, and mostly don't have access to the courier system. So access to the courier system, probably in some kind of really cheap way, would be making participation in interlibrary loan cheaper for libraries who do have the staff to support loaning and borrowing. And for some of our school libraries, that's still going to be a heavy lift, just because if you're only at school 1 or 2 days a week, it's just tough to, just like all the single person public libraries that are not staffed very much. So those are the real highlights of the testimony that was submitted by school librarians. And I saw Stephanie's on the call. Stephanie, do you want to chime in, and then we'll take questions about school libraries in general?
Yeah, sure.
Great.
Hi. So I have a written testimony, and a lot of this I think is going to echo most of what Karen just said. And it's okay if I speak a little, it doesn't exactly match my written testimony. Okay. So I'm pleased to be able to have this opportunity. I was so excited, not excited, but just it felt really good to see all of what all the school librarians writing in with similar concerns and needs when Karen put this out, and it was like kind of this group support feeling. And I know, as everyone knows, COVID's effect has really outlined inequities for disadvantaged students in access to digital resources and technology. And it shows the critical need and role that school libraries and our libraries play in bridging these equity gaps. So my testimony will highlight some of the current successes, but also the future needs that we have in our schools and our libraries for our students and staff to provide access to digital resource subscriptions, like Karen had said, to a library catalog system that could maybe be more universal, interlibrary loan and personal computers, and access to personal computers. So yeah, our high school subscribes to some of the resources Karen mentioned, like JSTOR, Science Direct. I'm a librarian at Middlebury High School. We're 9 through 12. We also subscribe to magazines, Wall Street Journal, New York Times, ProQuest, newspapers. We do take full advantage and really appreciate the Gale Vermont online library resources. All my students get trained. My teachers love it. We're so thankful for that. And we would really like to see more of these consortium purchasing, even if we use our school budgets, but we could do it as a consortium so we could leverage our budgets, and then it would also make it more equitable for all our students. So all our schools, even our small schools with smaller budgets, will have this access to these resources. Our technology state association, VitalLearn, has started to do this type of consortium organizing and purchasing for our schools. However, my concern there is that our voices are quite as strong for the library. We don't have, what did I say? We have minimum library representation in that group. And as we all know, we are really trained professional experts in evaluating digital resources and tools and providing that access. So it would be great to see our school libraries come together, and it would save a lot of money, leverage our budgets, and it would give this make this access to resources more equitable. Regarding ebooks and audiobooks as well, this has been a huge concern for our school libraries. Our teachers kind of are wanting us to give them Audible. They want to use Netflix in the classroom, and these resources aren't offered through library, licensed as a library resource. And so we try to explain that to our teachers, and so we have to give them these other options. And we have so appreciated SWANK and the Vermont Department of Library coming together to give us that resource. My teachers are using it all the time. And again, though, we need more of these kinds of resources where we can give them to our teachers. I also had mentioned LibGuides. If we could kind of provide a good way, efficient and intuitive way to organize and share technology resources and come together, because it's a very expensive program. But if we could get a statewide consortium on that as well, that could really help us make these resources really easy, better to use for our patrons, our students and teachers. I mentioned in my testimony, I'm even willing to volunteer and help because I feel so passionately about how this could help us. Karen also mentioned our library catalog systems. Even if we're not able to we would save money as well if we could maybe get a consortium purchase on one system that we could all decide that we want to use. And this would also help us with training, with management, with promoting our resources. Karen also mentioned interlibrary loan for schools and the real challenge. I'm fortunate that I have a full-time assistant here, so I'm able to participate. I'm using it, I'm requesting and sending out resources all the time. And I'm also fortunate that my school lets me use our mail and postage. Most schools don't have those benefits. So if there's a way that we could get on the courier, that would be really helpful.
I just want to pause for a second, Stephanie, because we only have 4 minutes for questions right now. So I want to give the working group members a couple minutes to ask you and Karen some questions before we break.
Sure.
If anyone has any.
I just, one last thing, one sentence say is one thing that came up a lot with all the librarians was Chromebooks, and they're kind of, they don't provide everything for our students. It's not equitable that some students might just have a Chromebook and other students have access to a more powerful computer, and our libraries are key for this to give them that access.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay, questions for our representatives from the school library crew, Karen and Stephanie. I have a question, so I'll ask. I read through the testimony, and I really appreciate that you gathered it for us. And I'm curious if you have a sense, and we don't know this, we learned earlier, we don't know which ILS is being used by schools throughout the state. Do you have a sense of what the most predominant catalog is in school libraries, or the couple of them?
So I think a lot of schools use Destiny, but it's really expensive. And so folks who I've talked to maybe used to have Destiny and now they've switched to something else that's cheaper. There are also a good number of school libraries that are not automated because they're so small and their budgets are so tiny, and they maybe only have a librarian 1 day a week. So yeah, Stephanie, what are you all using over there?
We have Opals, and the reason we went with Opals was mostly cost. I know most or many schools have Destiny. I know there's also been a look at Access It Library, which is a real intuitive program. Deb Eller Hansen, one of our school librarians, was working with the company and wanted to kind of try and organize a state initiative around that library catalog system as well. And I think we could get a good price with them.
While I have you here, while the group has you here, I have a question that it came up a little bit here in the testimony, and you just said something about school libraries. Some schools have a librarian just 1 day a week. And I'm wondering, our next topic is supposed to be on the topic of staffing. And I know that that's a huge topic for public libraries. I'm getting the sense it's a huge topic for school libraries also. So working group, keep that in our minds too. Maybe we want to do 2 different days of testimony.
It's super huge. I wonder, so that next meeting is going to be in July, right? So there probably won't be a ton of school librarians who want to actually testimony.
Yeah.
But it is a huge issue, and there are some state standards. So the EQS standards from the state do have not a lot of teeth, but they are there. That do require schools to have staffing levels based on their student census. But at the smaller schools, you end up with 1 day a week or half a day a week.
Okay.
Often. And at the bigger schools, it's assistants are the big deal. Like Stephanie said, I also have a full-time assistant, so I'm blessed.
But let's talk more about how we get testimony on that topic, but I'm just sensing it really ties in a lot with the technology skills, the library skills, all those skills together, and then who are the staff there to provide it.
Yep.
I want to thank you both for presenting, and I also want to give our working group time for lunch because we have 1 hour today for lunch, and then we're back with testimony at 1 o'clock. We'll be hearing from, first will be Wendy Hisco from Brownell Library in Essex Junction. So we're going to big gratitude to the school librarians and to our other folks, Bree Drappa and Rob Fish, who testified this morning, and Josh Muse. Thank you so much for being with us. And we're going to do an hour recess. Please try to be back as close to 1 as you can so that we can just pick up and keep rolling. Thank you.
Got it. Thanks, Stephanie. See you soon.
Livers. Okay, let's do a little roll call so that we know we're all here. I see that Wendy, our guest, is waiting in the lobby. Can I just click this and let her in? I'm gonna let her in, and then we're gonna do our roll call. So let's see. Have we got Kelly McCagg? Christopher Kaufman-Ilstrup.
I'm here.
Great. Jeanette Fair.
I am back from mowing the grass.
You did all that in the hour. Holy.
I did.
Okay. Susan O'Connell's excused. So Wendy Sharkey.
Here.
Great. Meg Allison left at 10:30. I don't think she's going to be back. Karen McCullough.
I am here.
I see you. And you're not in the car.
I'm not in the car because my husband left for a meeting and he just never came back. So I can't leave without him yet. So I figured I'd join this way.
Great. Okay.
And I will drop out and join my phone at some point. But
okay. Maria Avery. Maria back with us. Denise Hersey. Don't see a couple of people, but I think we have enough of us to be a quorum, but we're also not voting on anything right now. So I think we should get started with our testimony. So thanks everybody for making it back after our lunchtime recess. We are going to jump right in with our testimony from Wendy Hisco. Wendy, did I say your name correctly?
Actually,
Can you share how to say your name so I can get it right?
it is Wendy Hisco.
Okay, great. And you're the director of the Brownell Library in Essex Junction.
Correct, yes.
Great. So we have 15 minutes dedicated for testimony that you'll be providing and follow-up questions. And we received your written testimony. Some folks like to read the written testimony. Some people go off script. It's up to you what you'd like to do, but you can start now.
Okay, great. So I'm outside the George Young Library, so I had to drive for better cell service. If it's choppy, that would be why. I moved to Vermont in 2009 and started working at Brownell Library, and it was shocking to see the state of libraries in Vermont at that time. I had originally started working in libraries in the Boston area and then moved to Maine, and then came to Vermont, where every library was a standalone library. There were no combined catalogs. There was really no combined services that were offered by the state. And I ended up getting involved in the GMLC project for Vocal because we were looking for a new ILS for our library that was affordable. And the COHA product was impressive, especially at the time compared to what we were using, which was the Follett system. And through that, we created the first statewide catalog through volunteer power. And right now we have 60 libraries that are participating in the catalog. And in my time doing this volunteer work for GMLC, I've seen a lot of libraries struggling. It's been hard at times it's really hard to get people on the same page. The skill sets that people are bringing are very different. The small libraries have a ton of turnover. Libraries in general need people with good technical skills these days. Everything is automated unless it's a card catalog, and there's still a lot of libraries in Vermont that remain on card catalogs because it takes money and effort to get automated. And libraries, I've just seen really struggle to have good equipment that stays updated, that can stay secure, to keep that equipment updated has been something that a lot of libraries can't manage because it takes money. And it was just kind of surprising how a lot of the small libraries, and even my library, we serve a community of about 11,000 people. We're part of the Home Card Network, so we are loaning out to about 30 other libraries. And you don't have staff to what would consider current services, but available to do all the time, or answering, trying to stay on top of personal security. There's a lot involved, as somebody that works in a library knows. And it's just been something to see, like, libraries really want to do their best, but they're coming from places where they, like, I was teaching people what a MARC record was so they could then attempt to catalog their collections, and people don't know how to search databases very well. So when people are coming from out of state, and there's more and more of those people moving to Vermont, we just at Brownell, we see people surprised that there's not a they can't just walk into every library and get a card that would work everywhere, and that we can't just deploy people constantly for getting materials off of the shelves, or stopping, or having somebody that can offer training without planning ahead. So, or having like a dedicated time or a dedicated person. There's a lot of volunteers that work for the libraries to help out with a lot of the stuff. I know we rely on them a lot at Brownell. So it's been surprising for sure to, and it's amazing to see how dedicated so many people are. And then the struggle, and then they could go away, and then you start over, especially with the small libraries. There's no institutional memory. And so as a volunteer for GMLC, we are regularly having to train people because their turnover is very high, especially at the smaller libraries. And a lot of people are just community members that have never worked in the library and love their community and work at the library. So, so those are kind of where I've hit a lot of interactions with the community's staff, volunteers, boards. There's amazing volunteers that help throughout Vermont. There really needs to be more funding for technology for all the libraries. It would be great if the state were able to offer more, and I know that the state has been limited for years and has dealt with a lot of budget cuts. And there's an expectation for libraries to have certain services, and in Vermont, we really are struggling to provide modern library services. That I did have written test. I think a lot of it covers PS. We just see a lot of people struggling regularly for the libraries that they serve, and a lot of very dedicated volunteers that are trying their hardest to keep libraries afloat and keep them moving forward. And it would really be amazing to see more efforts at the state level to help, because all of the funding is locally coming from local libraries, and we have the most libraries per capita in all of the country, and that's a wonderful thing as far as community centers, but a lot of the libraries are community centers with books and not full service libraries that can really create equity throughout the state, with computer training, workforce training. The broadband would be great for every library, and that's not even, I don't have broadband at Brownell. We have to pay a bunch of money to get the broadband to come and cut through the village center to get broadband to come to Brownell's, and that's what we're looking at now, because we can't handle, we need security cameras that take up our bandwidth, and we can't even attach things to email recently. So it's everywhere. It's not just in the smaller, more remote places. It's something that we really need more help with. I'm happy to take questions or.
Sure. I'm having a little trouble hearing you, Wendy, and I'm wondering also with, it seems like there are some bandwidth issues right now because your video is really choppy. So I'm wondering if it might improve if you did just audio and not video.
I can try that. Let me.
Yes.
Switch.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's better on my end. Is that better for others?
Yeah, it's breezy here too. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm now okay.
Yeah, you're pretty clear now. Thank you so much for sharing. Despite the little bit of breeziness and choppiness of the of things, we were able to hear your message. And now I want to turn it over to members of the working group to ask any questions that they have for you, Wendy.
Mhm.
Just gonna watch the screen for their hands. Don't see any hands up, so I guess I will jump in with a question about GMLC and the work that you do with them.
Mhm.
You said that there was a lengthy feasibility study.
For the delivery system, yes, we had a feasibility and it was actually the state that did the feasibility study
Oh.
for the courier system, and then nothing happened with it. So at that time, we knowing how many libraries were just sending stuff through the postal service and also hiding that there was an interlibrary loan service because of the per cost. I coming from another state in Maine, which is another rural state, there was a statewide delivery system that was done through a third-party vendor, and so we got in touch with the local vendors and ended up starting the statewide delivery system.
And that's what is now implemented and that the Department of Libraries oversees.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, great. I was just trying to understand that history, so thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I wonder if you can share a little bit with us too about, there's just so much packed into the first paragraph of your testimony. If you can share a little bit more about how you worked to unite some of these many libraries. You said that 80 public and school libraries are working together to provide downloadable audiobooks via Overdrive. Do you have any suggestions?
Yeah,
techniques
that was
to kind of coalesce people around different platforms?
We right now there's 150 libraries. It started with 80. So it's hard. Like I think that's one of the harder I suggested to Joy I think yesterday that it would be great to have some training because so many library and staff don't even understand licensing models and how that works for libraries. The simultaneous use is not something that really that's really out of reach for most libraries. It doesn't not even necessarily Vermont libraries, but there's the publishers are getting more away from the one copy, one user and just doing metered access. For a lot of the publishers now, it's harder and harder to find even copies of books that will stay in a collection for eternity, I guess. The licensing would for one copy, one user would just keep going for in perpetuity. But it's a lot of them are metered access. So with GMLC running the Overdrive system, we're seeing like trying to afford when a popular book gets that 26 checkouts and then buying another copy or people and so there's definitely struggles with even managing the collection because we have to weed the collection. And I think the Palace app is a great step in the right direction to combine the different sources that are being used by different libraries for digital services. But even that will have drawbacks because right now it's only using SIP, which is something that can only be used with sort of the higher, not even higher end, but Library World doesn't support SIP, and Verso, which is a system that some libraries have moved off of Library World into Verso. It's a $250 a year fee, which is a lot for some of the small libraries. The Koha system that Bywater is supporting, that is part of the service that is offered. So the libraries that are using the Koha ILS are a little bit more able to offer the services without an annual fee. And it's just, I don't know for sure. I think Palace is a great step in the right direction to at least give one place for people to be able to go. Because I think that's also a hard to say, okay, we have this, but then you have to go over here for this. And I think it's hard for staff who are not adept at navigating computers to even understand like okay, you can get some books from this service, but then there's other books from this service. So having that one app that things can go through, I think will be great for users long term to be able to have one source, one place to go to, one app to go to, not 5 different apps. So I think that's a great step in the right direction.
Absolutely. I'm glad that you mentioned that. And it's, I don't think you're the first one or the only person who's mentioned it in testimony, but the situation with limited uses on audiobooks, it makes it a challenge to have a robust collection when you have to keep rebuying the same core titles.
Right. And I think the public very much does not understand. They were like, Amazon, it costs $10. And it's like, well, here it's going to be $100. And so we can't, like, our money stretches far. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I want to thank you. Your time is up right now, but this was really valuable feedback that you shared and testimony that you provided us with, and we really appreciate the issues that you've raised and the good work you're doing. So thank you, Wendy.
Oh, thank you.
And you can feel free to stay on and listen if you have time.
Okay.
Or not if you don't have time. And our next guest is going to be Susanna Kahn, the technology librarian from Charlotte Public Library. Susanna, are you here? Oh, good.
Yep. Hi there. I've been able to listen in a little bit throughout the morning, so I've heard some interesting things that I agree with. Should I just get going, or did you have? Okay. Great. Thank you. So I am a technology librarian here. I mean, I do other things as well, but part of my job is to be the tech librarian. So I feel very fortunate. I think it has been good for our library to have someone that can provide training to staff and patrons to do more complex troubleshooting, so we don't have to hire someone to come in and help with the computers. I think since I've been in this role, I keep in touch with what's going on in the tech world and what would be relevant for the library. I maintain the website, provide technology programming and help. And I do that, keeping the equipment and software updated and, the antivirus and things like that. So I think that's really useful so other staff members don't have to worry about those things. And I think Wendy mentioned that there's an expectation for libraries to provide a certain amount of technology, and that expectation keeps increasing. However, if you get, 8 laptops to check out, or you have more computers for patrons to use, you need someone who can maintain them and troubleshoot them. And it can be time consuming. Sometimes it doesn't take it. There's not a lot of that stuff to do, but other times there's, it's a full day affair to work out what's going on with the computer, or the printer goes haywire, or what have you. So that's sort of one of the roles I play here. I was listening to Robert Fish talk. I didn't catch everything he said, but I heard him talk about educating people about internet safety, and I think that is such an important role that libraries can play. People are very vulnerable out there if they're not educated about all the scams, the fraud that's out there online. And I personally have had experience helping a lot of seniors in our community with things like this. So I've had like a woman come in and say, I have this email and it says I owe money on this invoice, and what should I do? And it's a scam, and to help her understand that, but also not to feel so vulnerable that she's afraid to look at her email, but that to have technology be a useful tool to community members, but also a safe one, is, I think, a really, really important role for libraries, because we're a place where people they trust us. They come in, we're part of the community. We're not intimidating, I hope. And I have spent a lot of one-on-one time as well as doing programming particularly with the senior center around things like next month I'm doing one on scam or fraud prevention, but I've also helped people during the pandemic learn how to use Zoom, and suddenly all these people wanted books but didn't feel comfortable, even if during curbside checkout pickup they didn't feel comfortable touching a library book when we didn't have all that knowledge about how Corona was passed. So I spent a lot of time teaching people how to use Libby and Hoopla. Hoopla is another online downloadable ebook and audiobook service, as well as videos. And also helping people, like somebody wanted to go to Canada and they hadn't seen their family in 2 years, and they didn't know how to download an app and fill out this, you need to do this Arrive Canada app to go there, and to help them through that process. And where would you get that if you don't have someone in your life that's going to help you with that? Also, some things like iPhone programs, how to use your iPhone, how to make that a useful tool, has been pretty popular here. So done a lot of these things for the older population. I think also hybrid models are here to stay, and helping people connect, both having programming that is both in person and online. Like we had someone that came in who was, we had a program here that was in person, but we had someone that had Corona that joined us through Zoom, and that was really helpful to have money, to have the resources to do those kind of programs in an effective way. And that could be expensive to get like a meeting owl or something like that to do these kind of things. And also that I think about that accessibility issue. So with all these online services that people are using, and I think Josh talked about how those numbers have gone up. How do we make this really accessible for everyone? And our websites are a big part of that. Our website is over 10 years old, and it definitely has accessibility issues. If I do run one of those tests, it needs help with the color of the font and various other things. And to overhaul a website's really expensive, and to have the knowledge of all the different things you need to do takes a lot of time and education that a lot of these really small libraries just don't have. And I don't have time to do all that myself either. So I think having the funds to upgrade websites would be really important, and to have them be accessible and meet all the ADA requirements would be really helpful for people. And to know, like, is there a certain, I think Department of Library is providing some information, like what companies in the area can provide this kind of service and who's recommended. Those kind of things would be great. I don't know if that can happen. Another thing I think is really important is that whether or not you have someone that is comfortable with technology, like plays sort of the technology role at your library, it's so important to have that all staff have a certain set of skills. I think on the patron end, anyone that is front facing should be able to know how to use the printer, do some basic troubleshooting, know how to do the scanning, how to help people access the public computers, know about all the online offerings and how to access them, how to set up, if they're a programming person, how to set up as an online or a hybrid program, how to turn on the captioning, and all those lists of things. And those are, people need training in that. I think when you're hiring new people, to make sure that they do that, I think there should be a sort of a technology checklist, but also to support staff in gaining those skills, either with classes or time to do that, and practice, because definitely all these things take a lot of practice the more you do them. Also basic staff just in general need those basic computer skills. And I think not all staff have those things. You know, how do I attach a file to an email? How do I, understanding the basic safety issues on the internet are all really crucial things that both they can pass on to patrons, but also to keep the privacy of patrons safe, and the computers and everything are things that I think about.
Susanna, can I interrupt for a second? Because we have about 4 or 5 minutes left in the block of time.
Oh,
I wanted to be
that's
time
it.
to ask some questions. And one question that I'm curious about is if there are any tools or resources that you find really helpful in providing training to the public, or particularly to library staff who you work with, or when you're bringing in new folks or volunteers, how to get them up to speed quickly.
So I tend to kind of do it on my own, but I know like Digital Learn has some basic skill building. So like Google, Gmail, things like that. And I also refer people to, it's gcflearnfree.org. They have a lot of, and that's for patrons as well. Both of those are good tools. And then, I mean, I think that also what I'd like to think about is having some resource sharing. So like I made this pamphlet, I don't know if you can see, it's about the Libby app guide, and I'll put it out there like, hey, I've made this guide on the, on the listserv, and share it with people. And it would be great if other people, if they come up with instructions, that they do that, or have good resources, that would be helpful too.
Thanks for that suggestion. Other working group folks, do you have questions for Susanna? See, Wendy, yeah.
Yes, me again. I was wondering that if you're the technology librarian, how many other librarians are there in your library?
In our library?
Yeah.
So we have a director, a youth services librarian, and then there's we have someone that does cataloging and circulation, but not everyone's, it's not like they're full-time. So I think there's 6 or 7 of us, but only the director is 40 hours a week. Okay. And I work the desk. I mean, I work the desk and I do programs. That's not it.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. And totally learned on the job. I do not have, I didn't come from a technology background.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't think that's required.
Thank you. Any other questions from the working group members? All right, well, thank you so much, Susanna, for being here. I keep switching how I'm saying your name between Susanna and Susanna, and I don't know why that is. Can you say
it's fine.
I learned?
Whatever works.
How do you say it?
Oh, I say Susanna.
Susanna.
But, okay. Yeah.
Thank you. We really appreciate your being here today and sharing your experience. You're not in a group that is very large as far as technology librarians in Vermont, so it's really helpful to hear from you, and we really appreciate what you've shared. And please feel free to continue to stay with us. We're going to move on to our next testimony now, which is I believe from Kate Owen from Thetford Academy, and I think I saw Kate here. Did I see Kate?
Kate, you might be muted. I
just unmuted.
That was my fault.
Hi, guys.
Hi,
first, thanks for giving me this opportunity. I saw a listserv post from Karen and didn't read the last paragraph and emailed Tom directly. And I think Karen did a really good job of collecting lots of the details of data. And when he replied to me, he said, well, you can wax a little more poetic. And so I have. I was born into the library of card catalogs and their see and see also cards. I came of age into a world of databases and received my MLS deep into the digital moment and long after the rise of the internet. I'm cognizant of how much has changed in my lifetime and grateful to the many librarians who have accomplished this work. Yet we're still so far from ensuring affordable and equitable access to digital resources, and I'm really honored to be able to testify in support of that work. My school library uses the Dewey Decimal System, as does the Latham Library down the street. I teach students that the bias of Melville Dewey persists. Why? They ask. Because change is hard and expensive, I reply. I also teach my students that all technologies impact time, usually by saving it. Digital technologies have collapsed the time it takes information to travel. Public libraries and school libraries may remain physically separate, but large amounts of the information they need to provide access to now exists in the same virtual space. Ranganathan's laws, no matter how elegant, mistook form for function. We can just as easily say, to every learner their information, and we should. It's my hope that the Department of Libraries continues to push forward and takes on some of the work now being done through consortiums. The guiding question should be, would access to this information benefit many Vermonters? And if the answer is yes, then taxpayer dollars are best used to reap the benefits of the efficiency of scale. The Vermont Online Library begins this work, but it's time to expand its offerings so that a wider array of information is available to Vermonters, no matter what type of library they belong to. As a member of the Thetford Library Federation, now in its 50th year, I'm cognizant of some vendor resistance to contracts that span both school and public libraries. But we need to try. If the state of Maine can offer EBSCO and ProQuest and more, we ought to be able to do it as well. I hunt down articles from JSTOR about 20 times a year and really only do it when someone asks me. Just as we inherited Melville Dewey's now outdated taxonomy, so we inherited distinctions between public school and university libraries that served us better when time and distance affected information differently. There are many technology-adjacent places where the work of the agency in education and libraries overlap and where joint efforts might reap considerable benefits. Both libraries and schools have considerable concerns about privacy and security, and the amount of my time spent worrying about vendors and privacy has yet to go down one year to the next. Statewide contracts reduce the burdens on schools and libraries alike. Both libraries and schools worry about internet access and technology support. Librarians in all settings often spend considerable time teaching people to use these new information tools. And all libraries now use ILS. The Thetford Library Federation is comprised of 2 public libraries, 2 school libraries, and the Historical Society, and we've changed systems 2 times in the past 4 years. We investigated joining Vocal, but were told it was only open to public libraries. We moved to Verso, but our multi-library records needed more cleanup than they wanted to provide, and we had time or money to pay extra for. And finally, we landed at Opals, which is working just fine. But could all libraries in the state benefit from a shared system with federated search? Absolutely. I'm here in hopes that the Department of Libraries will continue its work to provide all learners in Vermont with expanded access to information, no matter its form, and will do so by embracing the way technology challenges us to rethink our existing structures and systems. And maybe, while you're at it, you can help us all figure out how to leverage technology to move beyond Dewey, too. Thanks.
Thank you, Kate. Working group members, does anyone have questions for Kate on her testimony? Any ideas or thoughts that you wanted to follow up on? Jeanette.
Hi, Kate. Thanks for your testimony. And I noted your comments about abandoning Dewey, and I was wondering what you're doing along those lines and what you recommend for all libraries.
Absolutely nothing. I can't afford to do it. The technological and human resource time of that is just way beyond what my school can accomplish. And I think that's probably true for most of us. Would I like to? Is it on my hit list? Sure. It's not at the top of the pile. And it's a useful lesson in the meantime for kids to sort of say, look, here's Christianity with, 0 to 90 in the 100s. Yeah.
Thank you.
Other working group members? Meg, Allison, yes.
Hi, Kate. I just want to thank you for testifying on behalf of school librarians. Some things that really struck me about what you said, are that change is hard and expensive, right? And so when you addressed about Dewey Decimal and the bias implicit in this taxonomy, and that we are, our hands are tied in terms of the kind of change that we want to make, is really, really valuable information. We talked about statewide access and expanded access to rethink structures and systems. Do you have any ideas, Kate, about how we could do that? How can we expand access?
I don't try and negotiate statewide contracts. I don't know what that looks like. I have tried to negotiate contracts that cover both school and public libraries. And my experience with vendors is that they tend to be pretty resistant because they'd rather get 2 separate subscription fees. But I see that other states are negotiating these statewide contracts with more vendors than just Gale. So that seems like a fairly low-hanging fruit as a place to start. In my written testimony, I talked about how my students would really benefit from improved access to lit crit and some humanities resources that are deeper than what Gale provides. And again, I haven't worked at the state and don't understand how the silos function and where the areas of overlap in the existing systems already are. But I belong and use frequently a privacy consortium that helps me ensure that the vendors that I select for the library and also for the school as a whole will write contracts that include privacy language. I'm pretty sure that public libraries are going, if not already, right, are worrying about this. And it seems like that would be a great place for there to be some increased statewide support. I heard the previous testifier talking about tech training, and there were questions about resources to support that. And one of my thoughts that I had during that time is that a lot of times people come to us because they need the reassurance of a human sitting next to them. But it would give me more time to be the human sitting next to somebody if I had a pool of resources to draw from that was easy to access and findable, instead of having to search YouTube for the most recent up-to-date how-to on whatever it is that I need to learn. Right?
Right. I appreciate that, Kate. And it makes me think, especially with, taxpayer dollars being able to provide, a wealth of resources, digital resources to expand access. Those resources are only as valuable as the qualified, certified school librarian sitting in the school library alongside of our students to be able to teach them how to use these resources. So thanks for your testimony, Kate. Good to see you.
Nice to see you too.
We have a couple more minutes for questions from the working group for Kate Owen. So has anyone else got anything they'd like to follow up on?
It's probably a really good time for a break.
It's not enough. It's not quite enough time. I guess one thing that you shared in your testimony just now and also in your written testimony was what you had seen that the Maine State Library was offering. Can you share a little bit more about what you envy when we look across at our nearby state?
Yeah, and a link that I shared in my testimony is the SETDA state repository map. I think you should probably have it. And I went through it looking for examples, sort of comparable examples, right? We're not California. I don't expect us to be California. But Maine seemed like an achievable neighbor. And I looked through their list, and I believe that their list of resources is provided by the Department of Libraries. And it serves not just K-12 students, but also adults. And I love Gail. I love the Vermont Online Library. It's been wonderful. I love Swank. Thank you. I think that just looking for more of those opportunities that we can add bit by bit would be just great.
Thank you. Any final questions from anyone else in the working group for Kate? Well, thank you so much for being here today and for sharing your experience with us. It's really appreciated it. I'm glad that you didn't see to put your testimony within someone else's. We're happy that you're here for the full time. And thanks for making time to share with us. Much appreciated.
Thank you all very much.
Great. And I think our next person is here. Our next testifier is Jessamine West. Did I say your name correctly? Great. So we have 15 minutes and you can present for up to, I'd say 10 minutes, but we'd like to reserve around 5 minutes at least for questioning. If you feel like flipping that and opening it for questioning sooner, then that's fine too. But and we also have your written testimony that you shared, and that's available along with the other testimony on the working group's testimony page. So thank you for that. Oh, wait, hold on. We have to unmute you. Hold on.
I think you might be muted right now, Justin.
How do we unmute her? Why is she still muted?
I clicked my unmute button too. Did that help?
Yes.
Hooray!
That was the key.
Cool. Well, thanks for having me. And wow, that's a perfect lead in to some of the stuff I wanted to talk about, actually. I did submit my written testimony, and this is not going to be a rehash of that. But if people have questions about it, please feel free to let me know. My name's Jessamine West. I live in Randolph, Vermont. I'm a library assistant at the Kimball Public Library, but my main job is helping with computer stuff generally. And I've worked with a large number of libraries, especially around central Vermont. And I do digital divide research and accessibility stuff. People have questions about any of that, please feel free to ask. This lead-in was great. I too love the Maine State Library, actually, so it was neat to listen to that from the previous testimony because I really think they do an amazing amount of stuff for the small amount of organization they are. Also, I just wanted to, I have a short statement here, and while I'm aware that the state library is technically the Department of Libraries, I'm just going to say state library, and I hope that's okay with everybody. This week, I got a new cell phone plan for the first time since 2008, and I'm a person who's very good with computers. I'm confident with them. I'm happy to use them. I use them to solve problems, and that works in my life nearly always. And it took me a day and a half of chatting with, tech support people, talking to the other people, working things out with my credit card because I have a PO box instead of a home address, and that creates problems with stuff online. And the only reason I bring this up and start with this is I was convinced the entire day and a half as I was working on this, and it eventually worked, that the problem wasn't me. And the reason I knew that is because I have a comfortable background in technology. And I'm also pretty good at interacting with people who are also themselves managing technology issues. And so at the end of it, my cell phone was connected and the problem was solved, and I let it go. Right? It didn't cause me to feel bad about myself. It didn't cause me to feel stupid. It didn't cause me to feel I've been wasting my life. It didn't cause me to get mad at somebody and that madness trickled into the rest of my life. It just wasn't a problem. And I feel that for many people that I work with, both library staff and library patrons, as well as just, my friends who I interact with on a day-to-day basis, that's not how their technology interactions go. Their technology interactions often make them feel bad about themselves, even if they're having trouble interacting with, let's say, a terrible website. It still makes them feel bad about themselves. It makes them feel frustrated. It makes them feel angry. It increases the level of just negative vibe in the world. And I believe that's a thing that libraries are sort of positioned to help with in a way. And I have a short statement that just kind of talks about a couple examples. But I think the reason technology and libraries are both incredibly important is not just because they are, because of the social good provided by both of them, but because in many cases, people's interaction with those things can help them feel better about their lives. It's not just, hey, libraries change lives because it's good to learn things and know things and be in a non-judgmental atmosphere and get information you want and share public spaces and use the things that our taxes pay for. But it's also that technology in many cases for many people is hard. And it's not just hard because it's hard to do the things, because that's sometimes true, but it's often hard because there's an emotional component that's not well understood and also not well managed. In many of the interactions that I have with people and technology through the library, a lot of what I'm doing isn't showing them how to do a computer thing. A lot of what I'm doing is telling them they're not bad or stupid or wrong because they're having trouble. And that's the thing that I hold nearest to my heart with sort of what I think about. So a couple things that I think the library and technology interaction, very important. I have 4. One of them is standards. State Library, as people know, creates standards for libraries and provides training in library practices for state certification, all of which is lovely. And I just think it is great. However, I believe there's a lot more technology standards that the State Library could both be sort of promoting and supporting, and also teaching and training in. I think of things like website usability and accessibility. And I'm not saying the state isn't doing some of this. I'm just saying where I see it as a thing more with an opportunity for more and better. And that could be part of the state's continuing education. And so some of this is best practices and some of it's just creating an informed library and population. One example that I have is 2-factor authentication. We have it's a de facto standard for the security of online accounts. Really, if you have an email account, you should have 2-factor turned on. It's safer, but it requires smartphone access, or you have to run an app that receives texts. It's not really something all of our libraries have or use on a regular basis. I had a conversation with a library director this week who was grumpy about having to have 2-factor, having to have a smartphone, which she didn't have, in order to be able to do 2-factor authentication. So that library is making choices that are not privacy forward because of their own perceived level of technological standards. that it's normal not to have a smartphone. And I'm not saying whether it's normal or not, but it's no longer normative. And the library could help, the state library could help promote those norms, set up standards, and imply that it's important. So standards. Second thing is control. Our distributed network of libraries in this state is our strength. It makes sense, however, for some services to be centralized. State library, again, they do ILL, courier system, bulk purchasing, summer reading, service to print disabled readers. Those are all amazing. I'd like to see this expanded to include more help desk type of technological support and services. One example from my work, I helped a library do some optical character recognition, scanning and OCR for historical documents. This is within the reach of most larger libraries with resources. Smaller libraries, each time they have to do a thing like this, they have to figure it out and reinvent the wheel again. I mean, they can obviously get advice from people, but having a centralized help desk person on the phone, that sort of thing, really, really helpful. Otherwise, those community stories in many cases wind up being effectively offline stories because they don't have the wherewithal or the know-how to get this stuff online. The Vermont Library Association applied for a big grant that we didn't get from Senator Leahy that would have perhaps been able to deliver this kind of support. And I think it's the kind of support that libraries and librarians within the state need. So standards, control. The third thing is access. In many cases, being able to use technology effectively becomes an accessibility issue. Public access computers or devices that might be accessible to a person with disabilities become inaccessible if there's no knowledge to implement accessibility features or the money to purchase accessibility equipment. Library staff who are used to being the experts in how to provide appropriate materials and services may sometimes decide if they can't figure it out, it's not figure-outable, and this can be a problem. So an example, my library, like almost all libraries, did programming over Zoom during a lot of COVID. It's great, brought more stuff to more places. One of our deaf patrons, or almost deaf patrons, couldn't participate because the library didn't know how to turn captions on Zoom. And they tried to follow help information online, which wasn't great, and they couldn't figure it out. And so they assumed, like a lot of technology, it just wasn't going to work for them, and they didn't do it. And it wasn't until that patron reached out to me specifically and said, can you figure this out? I want to go to a book group. And we all worked together and we got it working. But that deaf patron shouldn't have to always be their own self-advocate in order to get what they want. So standards, control, access. And the last thing, and I think other people have mentioned this, is trust. The libraries in our state are some of the most trusted institutions Vermont has. They help people solve problems in an unbiased, non-judgmental fashion. They offer those services to anyone. At the same time, I think libraries are sometimes equivocal about technology, about what can be done with technology and about how to best implement technology. This can range from public computing access, help with e-readers and smartphones, which are becoming a lot of the tech support questions. And it's hard figuring out how much you should help a patron deal with their phone when their phone is the method they now use to access the internet and therefore our services. And answering any question with a technological component, like applying for food stamps or filling unemployment claims. In many cases, that's kind of an unfunded mandate other state departments are putting on the public library system specifically because they don't have the staffing to do it. That's awkward. So it's not clear if libraries should be reflecting the technological competency of their communities, whether that's low or high, or creating not just opportunities, but encouragement to people that they can use technology to solve problems. I'm a fan of the latter approach, outreach and support. And I think having a better funded state library with the staffing and mandate to have all aspects of technology be one of their core missions is a really important part of that. So thank you for listening. And if people have questions, I'm here for it.
Thank you so much, Jessamine. And I appreciate something you just said, because I was like, oh my goodness, how will we do all of this? And you weren't thinking with our current staffing complement.
You're doing the best you can with your current staffing complements. Oh my gosh.
Thank you. I'm not fishing for compliments for
I
our
hear that.
team, but I've walked into, I feel like it's a dream job to be working with these folks at the Department of Libraries, because everybody's doing so much here. So thank you for recognizing that. I want to open it up for questions to the work group. We have about 4 minutes. You organized your information really well and shared so much in your written and oral testimony, so that you may have covered a lot, but I do see a hand. Jeanette, thank you.
Hey, Jasmine. Wonderful testimony there. If you could prioritize, what would be the most important place to start? Assuming the Department of Libraries had more resources, more staffing, where would you, if you were Catherine for a day, start?
Well, I think that's a good question. So the question, if everybody didn't hear it, was how do you prioritize? Let's say the State Department of Libraries had the funding they needed. What would you do first? And I guess the way I would see it is you take the Able Library, which I think has seen a real nice pivot over the last maybe 5 years to being able to do more technologically. I would love to see them. I would love to see technology be folded into Access even more, assuming their mandate lets them do that, and have there literally be some centralized help desk, the way the library consultants kind of used to work at the Department of Libraries, where, you know, maybe they're regional or whatever, but I think a lot of our libraries, you know, they want somebody they can call or email if they can't do a thing, and maybe at least get the advice, kind of the triage of like, you need to talk to a specialist versus, oh, I can help you turn on captions on Zoom, for instance. Because I think many libraries, you know, pay staff to do IT stuff, but sometimes that doesn't help them do everything. And I do think more and more issues of technology are becoming issues of access, and accessibility, I feel like, needs to be the first thing we do, because until our digital stuff is accessible to everybody, we're not done yet doing the technology aspect of what libraries deliver, I guess. And, you know, I think also finding better ways, better may be the wrong word, but ways that we can communicate kind of at large better with all the libraries in the state. Because I think now there's a lot of people that are heavily interactive on mailing lists, both VLA's mailing lists and the state mailing list. And then there's the other libraries that don't. And they're not part of the conversation. And I think until everybody's part of the conversation, we're not sure that we're hearing all of the different challenges that people face. You know, I know what I see, but I am in a particular area. And, you know, I learn a lot by talking to the libraries up in the Northeast Kingdom. And like, you know, what's going on in Canaan is really different than what's going on in Brookfield, even though the libraries are the same size. So access first, help desk second. I'm not sure after that.
Thank you. I see that there's a caller on the phone, and I'm not sure if it's a working group member. So I'm going to unmute them first. Or can I unmute them? Phone caller 4242. Are you one of our working group members?
Hi, it's Karen calling from the car. Sorry about that.
Okay, that's okay. I just want to, yeah, please feel free to ask your question.
Yeah, fabulous. Thank you. I just really wanted to amplify and echo what Jasmine said about the expectations on libraries to teach people how to do things like file for unemployment or taxes or those kind of things. I think that's a really big hurdle for so many people. And as you pointed out, people who feel like they've had positive experiences with technology can struggle through when they hit a hurdle, and people who haven't take it on themselves that they are not doing a good job. We definitely see that with teachers learning how to use technology, same thing. So I just wanted to amplify that message. I think it's really important as we think about moving forward with technology that we recognize that folks are in such different places often, and the idea that our listservs and other ways that we're communicating are not reaching all our folks. Like, that's definitely true in the school library world. So thank you so much for your testimony. That was really great.
Thank you.
Thanks. We have one final question from Wendy Sharkey before we move on to our next testimony provider.
You said that one of the problems was getting full participation from all the libraries to actually fully understand all the issues that everyone's having. How would you suggest that you get everyone to participate? Because we've tried a lot of things and, you know, it's...
Don't get me wrong. I don't think these are simple problems. But, you know, I do feel like one of the things our regional consultants used to be able to do is you would know that you were going to have somebody from the state library stopping by or who could stop by on a regular basis. And so sometimes our libraries require face-to-face stuff. I'm not sure how you drag people into accepting other forms of communication, but I do think there's kind of outreach and encouragement ways to incentivize. I do a lot of work in online community, and there's all sorts of little, like, you know, sticker charts and banners that work surprisingly well, even with grown-ups. And it would be interesting to try something like that. One of the most interesting projects I've seen in sort of online engagement, and I think the state library did this once, maybe it might have been VLA, was like a 23 things type of project where there's like a little checklist of technological things that you can learn or do. But part of that can include subscribing to a mailing list, posting to a mailing list, and everybody works through the same thing. There's one little assignment every week, and at the end of it, you can win an iPod, which will tell you how old this program is. But that idea of really deciding it's your job to incentivize people to interact. And part of it is being realistic about how our libraries that are open 12 and 14 hours a week are going to be able to do anything, and working on that problem to give people more capacity to do more librarianing. Thanks.
I like that verb, librarianing.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, Jessamine. I'm glad that you were able to be with us today. And I feel like we could probably keep talking, but we need to, I'm trying so hard to stick to this 5-hour-long agenda, and we're almost there. So thank you for being with us, and you're welcome to stay for the next testimony, the remainder of the meeting, as long as you'd like to be an observer. Next up, we have Jacob Pelletier. I'm not sure I said that correct, Jacob, so please let me know how you say your name, from Vermont Humanities.
Hi, everyone. No, you did good, Catherine. The Pelletier is definitely the French version, so Pelletier is kind of what I go by there, but no problem at all. Hello, everyone. It's nice to meet you all today. Like she mentioned, my name is Jacob Pelletier. I'm here with the Vermont Humanities. I started with this position as a program officer about 4 months ago. And I'm really excited to be able to be here today to talk to you all about a few of our programs that we do, especially with looking at technology in the libraries and our partnerships with that. So being kind of relatively new, I'm going to use some notes to kind of get some historical context about some of our programs started. So we do a lot of different programs that partner with libraries in particular, whether it's through our Speakers Bureau talk requests, or other one-on-one programs, but kind of our hallmark program for library partnerships is our First Wednesdays lecture series. And these are hosted by 9 libraries across the state. And we have a season that usually runs about 72 different talks. So that's 9 talks each month, running from October to May. And so for these on publicly to everyone, and of course during the pandemic had to pivot to going into more online presentations instead of our typical in-person lectures at these library partners. And so we began doing a lot of these in April of 2020 through Facebook videos, and recorded them and edited them in advance and posted them on that Facebook site through Facebook Live events. And there was a really great response from this initial pivot in providing these different lectures. But we did realize that the recording and the editing of the videos did take up a lot of time and work hours and effort to make sure that these were presentable and well received, and also felt really engaging, because I think that's one of the struggles when we look at these digital and one-off presentations, is making sure our audiences are engaged with the topic. So when planning through the 2020-2021 First Wednesday series, there was hope that they could do these in person, but ended up going again digitally for all 72 talks of that year. And so within this year, they pivoted to change, instead of going through Facebook Live pre-recorded events, to do everything through Zoom accounts with the individual host libraries. And Zoom meetings themselves have some different flaws. Like one of them, I think, is the most obvious, is if you have a large number of attendees in an event, it's hard to kind of make sure everyone stays muted, especially back in those first few years when Zoom didn't have as many back-end kind of policies or processes to help manage the events. And so that was one of the things. And then also making sure that like there wasn't any distracting audio or visual coming through from participants as our speakers are trying to give their presentation. So that was one of the main things kind of keeping in mind as we moved into this past season for the 2021 and 2022 season. And this, again, we went back to Zoom as we had the platform there, but tried one of their new things called Zoom Events. And this platform is really great for organizers because we can kind of manage everything and create everything on the back end, creates your registration. Last season for the 2021 and 2022 season. And this, again, we went back to Zoom as we had the platform there, but tried one of their new things called Zoom Events. And this platform is really great for organizers because we can kind of manage everything and create everything on the back end, creates your registration, your landing pages, all right there, which is really helpful. But it is a little difficult for the user side, as you do have to have a Zoom account in order to attend. And something that was a little confusing for many was that Zoom account would be linked to kind of like a profile that would list all of your events that you registered for. And so sometimes people would be looking for this link to attend a webinar when it really was they had to log in and then it would pop up kind of as their events page there. So that's kind of a short and sweet of that platform. And so we have used Zoom Events this past year, but really kind of pivoted back to using the Zoom webinar as our primary platform for doing these events. And the Zoom webinar platform, it's not perfect, but it really is great for allowing kind of having that green room space before the event for the speakers and the panelists to get together and just make sure everything's looking all right before going live. It does manage the participants kind of on the side by having those participants not having audio or visual enabled. They can see and hear the speakers, but them themselves aren't participating in that call. So that kind of takes out that homework for the presenters to manage that. And there still is interactions within the chat and the Q&A feature, which is really great from that. But as you all know, it can be difficult to kind of see how we're going to the future as we kind of plan this new world of live and in-person versus our virtual and hybrid events. And so it hasn't been easy for us to do all these managing of the 9 different events every night for the first Wednesday of each month. But we did have some really great advantages from being able to provide these opportunities to our participants. And even looking at some of our in-person events that we had this year, we are seeing some small turnout of attendance for the about 13 events that we did in person this past spring, and still seeing about 40 people or so at our virtual events kind of going into our last events this past May 5th or May 4th. And so we had a really interesting kind of dynamic looking at how our in-person and virtual events are shaping out as we move into the new year of planning for the next year's season. And so kind of going over some of the takeaways from working with virtual events, one of the biggest things that we saw over and over was just that people really enjoy the ability to choose which talk they wanted to attend without having that limited by geography. And so having our 9 talks each month being open to everyone to explore different themes and topics and get to connect with others that they may not have been able to because everything else had been limited to the local library where the events was hosted at the beginning. And then kind of related to this with the sense of geography, it also allows us to book speakers from across the country and other countries with a much easier access and affordability, kind of keeping in mind with that part. Another thing with these Zoom webinars is they are automatically recorded. And so you actually have the ability to chop off the beginning and end times if there's like awkward just waiting around as people join the rooms. And that's all kind of within Zoom's platform, which is really helpful. So we can get these recordings right out to participants the next day, which is really great to have. And it doesn't eat up as much staff time and labor to kind of go through and edit all those videos. One thing that we always kind of are appreciative is our responses from surveys from events as well. Having digital events and kind of access to the surveys right away, we see a lot more people filling out and completing these surveys. So about 100 each month for our events, which is incredible across all 9 of the talks, getting feedback for each specific talk about different ideas from the speakers, how they felt connected to the event, what they really enjoyed, suggestions for next time. And so getting this amount of survey, we're also getting a lot more detail because people are willing to really explain what they really enjoyed and give those really key anecdotes of what they would like to see in the future, where they might not have given that time if they had to fill it out on a folding chair in the library itself on pen and paper. Seeing some comments about missing the in-person events. There is this dominant comment that we would still like to see from our participants that these virtual offerings are available because people, whether they have children or accessibility issues or just don't like driving at night or far away to go see one of these events, that this really opened up the access to a lot of these events for a wide range of people, and that they would really love to still see these kind of coming through our virtual event network in the future. And like I mentioned, this also gives us access to people from out of state and even outside the country, which we've seen attend our events through this manner as well. So exposing us to these new audiences is really important, and kind of looking at this figure in this past season of the 2020 to 2021, about 45% of the attendees said they had never attended a First Wednesday series before that. So that's really almost half of our total attendees were new attendees in that 2020-2021 season, which is really incredible as we're trying to build the network and impact more of our communities across Vermont. But again, they're not perfect platforms, right? And so we have to keep in mind some of these disadvantages with hosting kind of these community building events online. And that's kind of one of the biggest disadvantages, is that even through our surveys, a lot of people don't feel that these events are really facilitating the environment to build community connections. And that this is much easier in person because you get to see your neighbors show up to the events or new people. And on these Zoom webinars, all you have is a name in the participants tab, and that's about it. And yes, you can kind of chat in the Zoom webinar chat, but that is limiting as well. And for our host libraries, it's been kind of a mixed response for how they view these virtual events. Some locations love it and love the flexibility that it offers, while others don't really see the benefits because they don't have those people coming into the libraries, accessing more of their resources, and then staying for this event afterwards, for an example. And a lot of people aren't as aware of the library on Zoom and are seeing kind of those access points again with just kind of looking at their library. And also because we plan most of these events looking at an in-person schedule, we've noticed that having 9 virtual events all at one night kind of limits our access, again, because we're competing with ourselves for these programs. And so looking a bit at the future, we are offering a mix of in-person and virtual events for our season next year. So we will offer our 9 in-person events the first Wednesday of each month, and then do a supplemental virtual event the following Wednesday. So we'll do virtual second Wednesdays as part of this program. And then also responding to feedback, January, February, and March this year will be digital only. So not only, again, being for those people who don't like to drive at night, but also for our presenters who sometimes we'd have to cancel because of weather, right? We all know how those Vermont winters can be. And so just kind of keeping those in mind. And then we will return to those April and May to close out the season with in-person events. And finally, there are a lot of different things we can do for consideration in the future. Kind of the biggest thing is those digital surveys. just the response rates, especially if you're doing events at your library, being able to get those surveys out digitally is really helpful. And also holding an in-person event or a virtual event. I heard the talk of accessibility, and that is really something to keep in mind as too with these virtual events where you can have live transcriptions which are computer generated, and it's also very easy to have ASL interpreters or other translators and live captioners there as well. So there's a lot of things going on that you can consider for the future if you're looking to do virtual events.
Great. Thank you so much, Jacob. We have just time for one or two questions because we are at the edge of our testimony time. So did any of our working group members have any questions for Jacob? It was really helpful to hear about that shift to virtual programs. I think it really speaks to some of the charge of our group about figuring out what changed during the pandemic and what worked well and what didn't. And I do want to share with folks that we'll be adding Jacob's written testimony to the working group testimony page. He shared it with us just today, so we're getting it up there. So I just wanted to let you know that if you didn't take the best notes while he was sharing all of that great information, it's okay. We've got it still. We've got it written down for you.
And I think the biggest thing is just like you mentioned, it's like we're all learning through this together. And so any feedback that you hear from your participants, definitely keep that to heart.
Well, thank you for the great work you're doing, and thanks for being here with us today and joining for the testimony. It was really helpful to hear about sort of the process and the evolution and what you learned through going into that format, and then what you'll keep in the future. And I think that Vermont Humanities has really thought it out, and seems like it's a good approach from my perspective. So thank you. You're welcome to stay with us. We're now going to move into our second to last agenda item, which is the discussion of the working group. And what we're going to try to do here is to talk about some of the themes we heard in today's meeting so far, and to identify any knowledge gaps that we have, any areas that you'd like to have Department of Libraries staff help with investigating or looking into more, any areas that we want to be thinking about making recommendations on the topic of technology. And then we also have an action item, which is to assign the task of writing a topic summary. So the things we're doing right now, the conversation we're going to have right now, particularly kind of having it summarized so that can help to be, if not in the report itself, help to keep our thoughts, crystallize our thoughts as a group. So I want to encourage working group members to turn your cameras on. I want to welcome everybody who's not a working group member to stay with us if you'd like. The only ones who can really participate in this conversation are the working group members. So any working group members who want to share out, please turn cameras on and or raise hands. If you're on the phone, unmute and just yell, I think might be a good strategy when there's a gap. I'll turn it over to Wendy.
Yes. Well, the first thing that sprung to my mind was accessibility. Not only accessibility to physical machines, but to the internet in general. Then you move on to websites, and that. So it's sort of like accessibility seems to be a large component of this of technology. And I guess when you drill down further, the fact that it comes down to you can only provide so many machines because your budget won't allow you to add more. You can only provide so much for the internet because you can't afford to pay for it. You can't afford to get your website revamped because, hey, your budget won't allow for it. So accessibility / funding.
Yeah, I was also thinking about, we touched on it. I think Jessamyn's testimony touched on it, and so did, I think, Susanna Kahn's testimony. on the topic of adaptive technologies a little bit. That's an area that we didn't have tons of testimony today, and we do have experts in that area who we could try to schedule an additional time to hear from them if people are interested, just thinking about accessibility in libraries and the fact that our charge includes really thinking about service to older Vermonters and also service to Vermonters who are in Vermonters who have disabilities. So I just wanted to kind of highlight that naturally with these 9 testimony spots, we didn't have anybody jump forward and say, I want to testify on this, but we could beat the bushes a little bit more to meet that charge. So I wonder, what do you all think about that? Is that something you think we should do?
I don't think it would hurt any to do it.
Yeah, because the working group powers and duties, the first one says that we shall study library services for specific segments of the Vermont population, including senior citizens, many of whom develop needs for this type of accessibility. Individuals with disabilities is also called out in that first. I'm seeing some heads nodding.
Yes, good idea.
Okay, so we can, because we only have one more topic on the agenda, on our built out agendas, which is staffing. So we could theoretically add more narrow focuses and have a little bit of a deeper dive into some topics, or supplement in a way that we, if we knew today, for example, on the topic of school libraries, we were hearing a lot about how we just don't have the data right now at our fingertips. So could we get someone from AOE to come and share out what data they have? And could we at the Department of Libraries maybe supplement their survey and have that happen at a future meeting that we hear more about technology in school libraries?
Yeah, I could support that, Catherine. And, we had articulated in an email just how difficult this May is for school librarians. So I think we just got a small sampling. I mean, many school librarians were administering like their SBAC testing at their schools, or they're closing up shop, even though, they're anywhere between like 3 to 5 weeks away from closing up the school year. So I'm very grateful for the testimony we did get from school librarians, but there are gaps. So when I think of knowledge gaps, I think about testimony that Jessamine provided as well about who are we not hearing from? What are the small libraries, the rural libraries? What are the school libraries we're not hearing from? Because they might be the most in need of our recommendations as a working group. So if we could target or maybe perhaps map out in broad strokes where the gaps are in terms of demographics, geographic, size of library, that sort of thing. Not saying it's easy, but it'd be helpful.
Yeah.
I think probably, and forgive me, I can't think of his name, our fella at the Able Library could reach out to some of his colleagues in other agencies that could perhaps provide some testimony as well.
Are you thinking about our head of the Board of Libraries, Tom Frank?
No, your new Able consultant.
Our Able consultant is Karen.
I guess I'm confused.
Well,
I'm sure they have people that.
Yeah, we could definitely do more to kind of go deeper on this particular topic. We can find some other folks.
Yeah, I'm sure in their network they have contacts.
Okay. other thoughts about some other themes we've heard today?
A theme of statewide consortium building, collaboration, resource and cost savings and resource sharing. So I definitely heard that across the board, whether it's a library, management system, or whether it's digital resources, whether it's ebooks. I did miss a little bit of testimony in the middle of the day, but I did read the testimony from school librarians especially, and like, I don't know if books were touched upon a lot, but yeah, statewide consortium billing and resource sharing, costs and cost sharing would be a big theme I picked up on.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that and kind of sidebarring with Jeanette, who has been attending remotely the whole time, just to see, did she know what other states do and some of the other systems. I think it would be good for us to try to do some benchmarking, and that's something that we could do as Department of Libraries to see what other states have fleshed out, what levels they have for, we heard a lot about Maine. I'm feeling kind of jealous of them, not just for the blueberries, but for all of their databases. So, thinking about the ILS, the databases, I know that Maine's launching like a learning platform for adults as well. Just trying to see what is it that other state libraries are providing, and how are they doing it? Are they doing consortium pricing on all of those things? We do actually have some situations where we can even, and I don't want to speak out of turn, but I have the sense that there are some contracts that are negotiated by other state libraries that the pricing is good for multiple states that didn't do the negotiating. So I want to look more into that after hearing how important that is to people. And we could potentially have kind of a database and online. Maybe we could do a day of database and ebook, a deep dive with databases and ebooks, and have some of that benchmarking brought back. And I know that we have more data on specific databases, what people use. There is a little bit of a trick with databases in libraries. As you probably all know, you can put a lot of money into them and then not many people use them at times. And we want to kind of see where the need really is and how it would be used.
Today there was also talk of a lot of training and a lot of staffing issues, and I'm hoping that that's going to be raised in the next working group session under the staffing. But it was definitely a theme in today's as well. It was an overlapping theme, I guess you'd call it, along with privacy and security.
I was thinking, looking at the topics we've already done, programming, collections, facilities, we're going to be doing staffing. I don't think that it's exclusive. I don't think our charge is exclusive.
No.
I'm looking at it, and I'm wondering what people think about adding a training for library staff, like staff continuing education or staff training. Because that does seem to be a topic that's come up a lot today with technology, but I think we kind of heard about it even with topics like facilities. Like, I just don't know what to do with this building. I'm a librarian, not an architect. Like that kind of, how do I learn about that? Would folks want to have one of our future meetings be on the topic of training and continuing education?
I think that could be great. And this could have included also professional development. That's what we call it in the library world. And it would actually segue really well because we're really we're really reimagining how we go forward with conferences and, finding other stakeholders and partnerships with the DOL, with the VLA, with the academic librarians. And, it would be, I know that we've struggled because that's pretty much all volunteer run. Our contributions to PD at regional and statewide level. And the pandemic really shifted things when we had to all go remote and do digital conferencing, right? There was a lot of things that were lacking. And so as we reemerge, I know VISLA is really taking a hard look at our PD, how we provide it, and our content. So I think there's a lot of opportunity to continue that conversation.
Yeah. I think another topic that, oh, who just spoke? Please say so again.
Oh, hi. Well, I think it's probably not unique to Vermont, but was surprising to me about the percentage of Vermont public libraries whose library director, librarian comes into the job with absolutely no training, no experience whatsoever, other than having read a book at one point, and step into running a library. So I think, training is critical. I think it certainly might warrant a day.
Okay. What I'll do is I can we'll kind of I'm taking notes on these additional topics, and then we can try to match them. And since that's agenda building, we can discuss that further in email. We don't have to set it out exactly right now. But so far, adding accessibility, kind of adaptive technologies and things like that, but also just in general, the topic of accessibility for Vermonters with disabilities. Another session that has more to do with school library specifics, and then training, professional development, continuing education. Something that came up only a tiny bit today, and this was in the written testimony. I'm not even sure I heard much about it in the oral testimony, was the topic of digital media labs and STEAM learning and STEM learning. And I didn't really see much that we heard about that, which is more like, how do we grow people who are tech users and not just consumers, but developers? How do we really, that's part of what, the element that kids may be missing when we talk about equity and digital resources. A lot of, kids may not have access to a Lego robotics kit at home, or they may not have access to a 3D printer or things like that. So we might consider a little bit more in that area too. I see a hand is up. Who is it? I think it might be Karen on the phone.
You got it. It's Karen on the phone. I just wanted to put in a giant +1 for STEAM learning topic, and for the public libraries that could also be linked with economic development. So not only how do we connect kids with STEAM learning to make their schooling more effective, but how do we as a state develop folks who have job skills that enable them to get a higher paying job. And I think community maker spaces could be some of the answer to that question. But yeah, huge +1 for a topic around that.
Great. Trying to think. Oh, this came up earlier when we were talking during the testimony. What do you all think of splitting the school library staffing and the public library staffing from one another? Because they're sort of different beasts. Seeing a big, emphatic, slow head nod from Meg.
Yes. I mean, and I have worked in public libraries, so I have, a unique perspective because I have both views, and yeah, it's apples and oranges in a sense. I mean, there's educational quality standards and all these sort of strings attached to the role in schools, with superintendents' licenses on the line in some cases. But we've seen in the past 10 years a decrease in staffing in our school libraries. We've seen Peter Langella has compiled the data. We spoke about it maybe at one of our first working group testimony meetings. So yeah, the demands on our time and then the amount of responsibilities that have been added to the school librarian's place has increased. So, speaking from that lens, I definitely can see two different sure.
I don't mind considering them as two separate things, but how many working group meetings do we have, and how splittable is it?
Let me try to massage it a little bit. It looks like right now we are on our 5th and we have 12, right? So do you feel comfortable if our team at Department of Libraries tries to map something out after today's meeting and suggest it back for agendas?
Sure.
I'm not trying to force your hand at all. I'm just thinking it might be good for us to share something back and propose it, and then the work group can tweak it a little bit. Because I think we'll want to save a couple of them just for synthesizing all of the information at the end.
And it might be worthwhile even having a session that's just a general session, like opening it up to libraries and saying, is there anything you want to tell us that we haven't covered or asked for? There might be something out there.
Yeah. Another idea too is that we can go to other groups. This came up yesterday. I was at the Vermont Library Association board meeting, and Mike, the president of VLA, was suggesting that if we're having trouble getting testimony from the academic libraries and we would like to hear more from them, sounds like they have a regular meeting, and that some of us could go to the meeting and hear from them. I think all of us could go to the meeting as long as we don't vote on anything. But it might be one of those things where, we do, I don't mind doing an outreach visit and reporting back, and other members of our group may already be attending that meeting. Perhaps our academic librarians are attending already. Maria and Denise, I don't know if you happen to go to that. And that could be that we could also do that with other groups, like if the school librarians, it's hard to come to our meeting time. Oh, in the chat, Maria is saying she doesn't, Denise might, but I'm thinking too, like if it's easier to go to the school librarians than for us for them to come to us, we could engage them in some way. The other topics that I was noticing we haven't really worked in yet that I think we really owe it to Vermonters to work in are library services to immigrant and migrant communities. I'm imagining there may be some linguistic diversity in those groups. And then also library services to people living in poverty. So I do think we need to find a way to incorporate those people who we serve, who are important members of the community, incorporate, I don't know if we have each one separate or if we consider kind of equity topics on a certain day. What do you all think might work?
Is it possible that we could broaden that to, historically marginalized populations? So that I would like to enlarge in that just a little, with socioeconomics, folks living in poverty, obviously immigrants and migrants, but also BIPOC. And that we tap upon those differences, maybe LGBTQIA plus communities. I'd like to, if we could broaden, marginalize.
Yeah, I think That could work. Kelly, I see your hand is up.
I was going to say the same thing. If we could expand that, you know, to include other, I was even going to say marginalized populations. I think that we would be served better by doing that.
And I don't know, maybe they're technically listed under marginalized, but the institutionalized, outreach to prisons and shelters.
There is one other thing. I think all of these topics sounds great, and I can work on trying. Right now, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 topics. So we may need to finesse it a little bit and figure it out. There is this other kind of tricky thing that I was noticing in our charge. Being a librarian, I just keep reading the same words over and over and over and try to figure out what I've missed. And if you go to our charge and you go down to D, public input. So we've been having lots of library community input and a little bit of partner agency input. But we haven't had much public input. And the way it's written, it doesn't say that we may solicit feedback. It says that we shall, which I interpret as we better. So that is a little bit tricky of how we would do that. And I think it might be a good idea to develop a survey. The Department of Libraries we're working on our IMLS 5-year plan, and we just did like it's maybe like a 3-question survey. And we can have that survey, which is in this time period, inform our work for sure. I mean, that's a full public survey. It was only live for a couple of weeks, but it had like 600 people or something crazy like that respond to it. So that was really good for that time period. And even compared to other states, that's a really good survey response. But it doesn't necessarily get to the detail on any of these topics that our working group might want to. Are there any among us who are like really skilled in survey development?
Sorry.
I wouldn't say I'm skilled at survey development. We just did one locally about expanding our hours and services, and we got over 200 responses in a couple of weeks' time. And part of that is just knowing how to, I think, reach the community, the best ways to reach them. But I mean, I can definitely put together like a Google survey that can be done online that, you know, anyone who basically can access the internet could respond to.
Which then again, it still leaves out all the marginalized people and the people.
Well, we had print copies in house and at the post office and at town hall. But how we would do that for statewide, I don't know.
Well, one idea is that we have $12,000, and even if every single one of our committee members put in for $50 per diems for 12 meetings, I don't think it's 12. We could, I think we could look at engaging hopefully a local survey group to work with us on building a survey tool. And getting that out through our library network in print and in, if all the libraries put it on their website or shared it out on their email, we could then engage Vermonters that way. If you without it being like such a heavy lift for any of us, but I'm not really sure what that would cost exactly, or how big of a survey we could really feasibly manage. I could do a little bit of more legwork on that and come back with a proposal or just information to the next meeting, if you'd like. Or we could try to bootstrap it ourselves and we just make our own survey and we put it out there.
Well, what are we looking to find out? Do we know that yet?
It doesn't say what the feedback is on. It just says, as part of the study and report, the working group shall solicit feedback from the public and library users around the state. So it could be a survey that's kind of, I was sort of imagining a survey that's talking about how important your library is to you, and then which services how you would rank different services, how you value services you receive already.
Because we might want to do something like look at the freckle survey or another survey, like not steal their survey, but not completely reinvent the wheel. But I would say, let's keep it to 10 questions or less if we want to get, a number of responses, because any more than that, and I think people are just going to be like, nope, too long, got too many other things to do.
Yeah. Well, does anybody want to work in a small or work solo or with a partner on this topic and then come back to the group with ideas next month?
I could volunteer to
put 2 months in the next meeting.
I could volunteer to help put together the questions.
Okay, who just said that? I couldn't tell.
It's me, Jeanette.
Jeanette?
Yeah. Does anybody want to help or?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm happy to do that.
Great.
Okay, who's my partner?
Kelly.
Kelly, okay. Let's touch base by email and make a plan.
Okay, so we'll hope to hear back from you in July on that. There's a crazy noise. What is the helicopter? It's so. The other thing that I had put on the agenda that we touched on really briefly before was, I think it would be helpful to have sort of a summary of the various, like, what did we hear? Sort of like the conversation we just had at the beginning of the hour that we're kind of in right now, on each of the topics, so that in the future when we go back, it's already in your distant memory what you all heard back in November or what you heard in January. So I'm wondering how to approach that. I'd be happy to do it on one of the topics that I wasn't here for. For example, programming. I could do programming the November 12th. If that, does it sound like an okay idea to have somebody do just a summary of the whole thing, like watch the video and summarize it, or go back through your notes and summarize it? And it sounded like Andy had some summaries as well, but unfortunately he hasn't been able to join us today.
I think Andy said he had something from he said he had something last month, didn't he? So it probably was from the month before.
I think he has something from everything. How about this? Are you all comfortable if I connect with Andy and take a look at his summaries with him, rather than sharing them all out and getting into some open meeting violation potentially? If Andy and I work on them together, and it may just be that Andy ends up presenting them for just presenting them to the group next meeting in July. Does that sound okay?
Yeah, or at least we can find out what he has got and then
Yeah.
go on from there.
Yeah, okay. I'll work with Andy on that. I know he wants to be active and participating and was really upset that he couldn't be here today. So, and he wants to share that work that he already did with everyone. So, okay, so I'll work with him on that. Okay. Are there any other things we should? Let's see. Any other things we should touch on? Seems like our Vermont Libraries team, we've got a couple of things that are takeaways that we'll work on to help inform the group and bring back. And let me just make sure I know what those are. So one of them is the School Libraries Technology Survey. What else was there? I have all these papers. I think just setting up the school library survey, a little bit of a deeper dive with the databases and things of that nature, but we may be bringing that back as a separate topic. Did you all like the beginning portion of the meeting where we had the presentation out? Was that helpful? Should we try to do that each time with whichever consultant is the right one? Like we would have Karen do the one on access services or services to kind of the inclusive services to the community. Okay. Okay, well, I feel like we've exhausted ourselves. We've done great work, team. Holy moly.
You've done a great job facilitating, Catherine.
Oh, thank you. I'm always pleasantly surprised if an agenda actually, with time on it, actually works in real life. So I'm just kind of amazed right now. Because on my own, I just talk and talk and talk and talk. And so thank you all for being here today. I think we can move to our final topic, which is adjournment. Does anyone move to adjourn?
Me.
Okay, Kelly's going to move to adjourn, and then Wendy, you're our perennial seconder, right?
Yes, I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor of adjourning now, 7 minutes early, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, you just want to stay forever, please say nay. Okay. All right, great meeting, everybody. Thank you so much for your commitment to this work. You are doing a heavy lift, and it's important work, and I really appreciate each of you. And thanks for everybody who joined us. You wouldn't think this was like primetime viewing, but hey, here we are.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.